Le micro n'est pas allumé. Allô, allô. C'est bon? Vous m'entendez? OK. Et où le... Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, good morning. Please have a seat, please. All right. Good morning, everyone. So, welcome. All right. Good morning, everyone. Madame la Ministre, bonjour. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, welcome to Paris. Good morning to all of you. I'm Adama Mariko. I'm the Secretary General of Finance in Common, and I just want to make sure that you are well welcomed. Thank you very much for being here. We are very proud to have you all. It's a real pleasure to see such a strong and diverse community gathered here today, representatives from multilateral development banks, from regional and national public development banks, as well as several partners from private sector, from international heads of international organizations. We have think tanks, we have impact investors, civil society partners. So welcome to all of you. We are here with a clear objective: to advance the role of public development banks as a system and to contribute concretely to the international agenda, responding in particular to the call of the French presidency of the G7. Our event this morning will focus on three priorities. The first one is how the public development banks can better operate as a coherent and integrated system, strengthening interoperability and coordinations. The second topic of our discussions is about the regulatory and prudential frameworks and how it can either enable or constrain the capacity of public development banks to act at scale. Finally, we will focus on concrete solutions and financial tools to unlock capital and reduce the cost of financing. Each session will combine high-level insights and operational perspective from all of you. So before we start, I just want to begin with few practical points. First of all, just want you to help me thank all the people that have organized this morning, especially my team. And I also want to thank the French Treasury hosting us in this beautiful venue. This event is interactive by design. We encourage open dialogue and engagement throughout the sessions. The discussions are being live streamed, and takeaways will be circulated. So you may consider it's a live stream Chatham House. We kindly ask all the speakers to respect the allocated time. It's really important to us. Bienvenue, Président. We respect your allocated time in order to allow for a dynamic and balanced discussion. And I think this is really important as all of you manage your meetings, you know how to take it short. A group photo will be taken at the end of this morning session for all of the heads of delegations and all the representatives. A networking lunch will also follow from 1 to 2:30, so we encourage you to stay around. And thank you very much for being here. I'm now going to just call for our opening discussion to introduce some distinguished guests. First of all, I want to call Mr. Rémi Rioux, the President and Chairman of Finance in Common. Mr. Rioux. I want to call Mr. Matthias Korman, Secretary General of the OECD. And I also want to call Mr. Alexander De Croo from the UNDP, Administrator of UNDP. And please help me also to call Mrs. Eleonore Carrois, Minister Delegate to the Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs in charge of Francophonie, International Partnership, and French citizens abroad. So let's start with Mr. Rémi Rioux for his opening declaration. Thank you.
Bien, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Un mot de français avant de passer à l'anglais. Dear Eleonore Carrois, Minister in charge of Francophonie, International Partnership and French Nationals Abroad. Dear Alexander De Croo, Administrator of the UNDP. Dear Matthias Korman, Secretary General of the OECD. Dear President, CEO, colleagues, friends. Allow me first, with Adama Mariko, the Director General of Finance in Common and the team, to thank the Ministry of the Economy and Finance, dear Thomas, and the Treasury especially for your support and for hosting us in your premises for this working session. I also want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that will host us at Quai d'Orsay. You're all invited later today. All this, of course, in the framework of the French presidency of the G7 this year. The initial idea behind FiCS 5 years ago is more relevant than ever. Many of you remember November the 12th, 2020, at the heart of the COVID-19 pandemic, when we first gathered in a virtual Paris to plant the seed of FiCS under the high patronage of United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and with the support of many world leaders, including President Emmanuel Macron. And now you are back, 5 years later, in person, in Paris, for this special working event. A few days before leaving the helm of AFD, I want to personally thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here and to help measure collectively what FiCS has become. The most extraordinary adventure of my career so far. The rationale behind FiCS is still very simple. Somehow building from the long experience here in France between AFD, our international bank, since 1941, and Caisse des Dépôts et Consignations in this room, our domestic public financial institution born in 1816. It was to clearly identify, based on science and the global research network, our common role in our constituencies and to encourage all public development banks to work as a system and to better channel quality finance where it is most needed and to progressively transform the financial system in line with and at the scale of the SDGs. This rationale was not about creating another initiative, another summit, another platform, another institution, but all about capitalizing on existing and valid, somehow strangely unknown institutions to rebuild a wide, capillary and inclusive international financial architecture. Our ambitious 2020 joint declaration was soon signed by all MDBs, IDFC members, and the 5 regional associations that make up the World Federation of DFIs. Back in Paris, 5 years later, we can take stock of significant progress made. Actually, we didn't know at that time how far it could go, but the figures now speak for themselves. Summits in Italy, Ivory Coast, Brazil, Colombia, South Africa, soon in Asia, early 2027, and many hosts of initiatives I want to thank worldwide. More than 4,500 in-person participants, 1,000 panelists, doubling the size every time we convene. A vibrant and friendly community of nearly 550 public development banks, from multilateral to subnational, specialized and generalist, connecting and dealing like never with all their partners and together. 14 thematic coalitions, from social investments to oceans, more than 170 concrete commitments and positions taken together, a FiCS lab for innovation and incubating initiatives, a technical assistance catalog to build capacities. I want to thank all multilateral development banks for their contribution. The new president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Sidi Oulta, is building the new African financial architecture for development with all his peers, which is like an African pillar of FiCS, if I may. President of the Inter-American Development Bank, soon joining us, Ilan Golfajn, is leaning on innovation. Odile Renaud-Bassot, president of EBRD, coming tomorrow, is building local currency, innovative and collective solutions. And President Ajay Banga is opening up the World Bank Group, scaling up, tripling already, co-financing, building shared services, and inviting other public development banks within global frameworks like AgriConnect, Mission 300, whose ambition and KPIs exceed what the bank can do alone. The World Bank Group is represented today by Maktar Diop, the CEO of IFC, who is behind and is building this originate to distribute model that FiCS wants to serve by building a machine of origination way stronger and capillary than our existing capacity. I also want to thank warmly national and subnational public development banks. If you are here today in Paris, many of you at CEO level, it is because you care deeply about our initiative, but also concretely benefit, gain from it in your mission, so much that you have come all the way across the world to testify for it. Even though your mission, your accountability is at national level. You are our safety lines, our anchors, and our inspiration. I also want to thank vertical funds, private sector colleagues, civil society, municipalities, academics, regulators, international organizations in this room. FiCS is not only about the coalition of public development banks, it's an open place to mobilize each other for good. With all of you, FiCS has progressively evolved from summit to system to support and contribute a new multilateralism of solutions. To avoid fragmentation, FiCS is helping envision a wider and more inclusive in architecture, now clearly reflected in the conclusions of the FFD4 conference in Seville, held last July, in setting standards for interoperability between us, for a way more efficient system based on complementarity. We are making very good progress here. Between MDBs, full reliance, within Team Europe and beyond. We welcome and support country platforms that are crucial for transparency, coherence, and respect of sovereignties, with national development banks at the core of their operationalization wherever possible. FiCS last is working very hard to position public development banks as a new and distinct asset class, recognized as such in the market. This is the ongoing discussion, including this morning, with credit rating agencies, central banks, regulators, to promote and expand the Global Emerging Market Risk Database, the GEMS initiative launched by IFC and EIB 15 years ago, now gathering 29 public development banks sharing their data with private players, and also to propose regulatory reforms accordingly. Today, we are all here because we know that our common agenda of transformation and cooperation that we decided back in 2015 is in a state of emergency. And we have to double down on our efforts in a race against time and violence. This was my feeling last week in New York, and the message I got from the UN Secretary General and the DSG when I met them last week to update them on the FiCS initiative. They reiterated their strong support for FiCS, but insisted on the urgency, and I am sure Alexander De Croo will also remind us of it. We were at OECD yesterday, carefully listening to Matthias Kormann about official development assistance, ODA, shrinking by nearly a third over the last 2 years, and the urgent need to reposition and protect it, but also to reinvent and go beyond and embark all useful public and private financial flows. So yesterday we were discussing ODA and beyond. Maybe today we will discuss from beyond to ODA to better protect concessional resources. And I commend, of course, Madam Minister, the decision of the French presidency of the G7 to put international partnerships so high on the agenda this year. This is an honor and a responsibility for us. In this context, the FiCS community today wanted to express support and propose new ideas, which are in this report we all agreed on, which is a good one, I think, that we will discuss today and publish this input paper to the G7, that we will also share with other relevant international forums. I'm thinking about the UN, I'm thinking about the G20, I'm thinking also India is invited to the French G7 of the BRICS group that could also consider this contribution. I want to sincerely thank all of you for your active contributions to reach that milestone. This paper proposes notably to collectively develop a toolkit, collective toolkit to mobilize private finance and lower the cost of capital, including local currency solutions, including carbon markets deployment, including mostly rapidly the strengthening of the use of guarantee through a public development bank guarantee hub that we will discuss later this morning, with the objective to double the number of PDBs issuing bonds on the market. It calls for regulatory changes for PDBs to fully play their counter-cyclical role. It also, and I close with this, reminds G7 governments and beyond how important are public resources for us. PDBs were born, of course, to mobilize private capital, but they are also often the trustees of pure public mandates, managing grants, concessional loans, or even strategic infrastructures on behalf of their government. This is what we call in the paper our dual mandate. We always operate at the intersection of solidarity objectives and investment. And we hope we can help bridge these two logics. PDBs know how precious are scarce public resources and stand ready to make the best possible use of them, including SDR, including global levies, whatever resources you would find useful to allocate. Last but not least, we have collectively decided today to further structure the FiCS system by creating a legal entity, still hosted by AFD, but to the success of which we will all be able to concretely contribute. And I encourage all of you to make maximum use of it. We will soon establish a light governance, but able to define the priorities of a shared work program, taking into account the conclusions of the G7 and other international forums. As your chair, I am very much looking forward to our discussions all day long, working on the next step for FiCS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Remy. You have mentioned something very quickly, but you mentioned that you are leaving AFD. But of course, you are staying within the FiCS. I want to just personally want to take this moment. It's off script, but I need to do this, I think, myself. But also for all the AFD colleagues that are in the room, to thank you very much for what you have done for this decade. You have opened the bank to, everyone that needed it. You have also promoted people. You have lifted people that needed it. You have been very yourself all along, and I think we owe you much. And I think for the next decade, you will have along you people that know what they owe you. And I really want to thank you personally. And please help me thanking Mr. Remy, CEO of AFD. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I finally did it without getting myself in emotion, because the day is long, and of course we will go to our next speaker, Mr. Mathias Cormann, Secretary General of the OECD. Sorry, I'm just going to get here. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président Rémy Rioux, Madame la Ministre Eleonore Carrois, it's a real honor and privilege for me also to acknowledge Alexander De Croo, the UNDP administrator and former Prime Minister of Belgium. I'm very honored to be sharing a stage with you today, Alexander. Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends all, thank you for inviting me to also share a few observations at this Finance in Common special event on, it has to be said, the challenging environment for development finance today, and how institutions, including public development banks, can best respond. Because 2025 did mark a major turning point for development finance, and not in a good way. The OECD's preliminary data, and Remy has already referenced it in his remarks, but the data that we released early this month shows that official development assistance fell sharply from $215.1 billion US in 2024 to $174.3 billion US in 2025, a decline in real terms of 23%. And that is the largest year-on-year drop in official development assistance since the OECD began tracking this data back in 1961. It sets us back to official development assistance levels last seen in 2015. 2015, the year we embarked on the journey to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. And the contraction was particularly pronounced among G7 providers. Their combined official development assistance fell by nearly 30%, reducing their share of total official development assistance below 70% for the first time since 2012. And we project a further 5.8% decline in overall official development assistance flows this year, based on the indications that we have been receiving. If current trends persist, the already very sizable financing gap for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals will widen even further, from an already significant financing gap of around $4 trillion US per year today to an estimated $6.4 trillion US annually by 2030. In this environment, and in a way we would of course always say this, but let me say it nevertheless. In this environment, the need to maximize impact, to improve allocation and to ensure that every dollar works even harder becomes more urgent and more important than it already was in any event. To do this, public development banks need high-quality impact management systems that connect financial flows to development outcomes. Data and evidence on impact allows institutions to course-correct, scale what works, and demonstrate that money is well spent. The OECD United Nations Development Programme Impact Standards for Financing Sustainable Development provide a joint best practice guide and self-assessment tool to embed impact management into investment decisions. Different players in the international development infrastructure also need to better coordinate their efforts to unlock economies of scale, avoid duplication, and find innovative ways to cut costs of execution and delivery. The OECD's 2026 Multilateral Development Finance Report, which we launched earlier this month, sets out some options to reduce duplication, to focus concessions on the lowest income and most vulnerable countries, and to streamline institutional arrangements. We must strengthen the synergies between public development banks and multilateral development banks, combining the local knowledge of national development banks with the technical capacity to de-risk at scale of multilateral development banks, which can then help unlock financing that neither can mobilize to the same extent on their own. The OECD and the Agence Française de Développement are working together on identifying good practices for precisely that cooperation. Our initial findings will be discussed at the end of May at the Development Banking Research Conference as part of the G7 program and the G7 Presidency of France program for this year. But improving efficiency and coordination can take us some way, but it clearly will not be enough to close financing gaps. We need to be both strategic and ambitious in multiplying the impact of public development finance by unlocking private investment that would not otherwise be deployed. OECD data does show a five-fold increase in private finance mobilized by official development finance over the past decade, from $15.3 billion US in 2012 to $76.9 billion in 2024. That increase was largely driven by multilateral development banks whose mobilization rose from $9 billion US to $51 billion US over the same period. The trajectory is encouraging, but we clearly need to go further, both in scale and in quality of these investments. By tackling structural barriers, in particular limited pipelines of investable projects and high perceived risks, weak alignment between domestic policy priorities and external financing flows, and underdeveloped local financial markets. At the OECD, we are working to help lift these barriers. The OECD's Development Assistance Committee's blended finance guidance, which we updated last year, provides practical recommendations to structure these instruments for the greatest impact. This includes ensuring alignment with development objectives and enhancing project pipelines. We're also helping tackle the real and the perceived investment risks that deter private capital from entering African markets. The African Virtual Investment Platform, developed with the African Union and embedded in the G7's Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, will provide comprehensive and timely information on public and private, foreign and domestic investment in Africa. In conclusion, not too far past the time, excuse me, Secretary General, the challenges we face are sizable, but so too is the collective firepower in this room. The OECD will continue to be your analytical partner. We will continue to track what works and what doesn't work, setting the standards that make collaboration possible and supporting implementation where it matters most. Thank you so much again for giving me the opportunity to make a few observations.
Before the closing of the Madame la Ministre, I'm calling Mr. Alexander De Croo.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour, chers Aliénor, Rémi, Adama. Merci de me donner l'occasion de vous adresser ici. UNDP is a development organization. We are present in 170 countries. We have development activities in 130 countries. And let me start with an example that we see every day. Imagine we have a solar installation somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa. It provides solar power irrigation, and it also guarantees electricity to have a cold chain network. It tackles end poverty, it tackles employment, and it tackles fighting climate change. The engineering is sound, and the local authorities are enthusiastic and have given us all the permits. But very often, projects like these are completely paralyzed. The plans are great, but the plans are collecting dust. Why is that? Well, very often what we see is that you have one institution that can provide the long-term debt, but not the first loss position. Then you have a second organization that actually can provide the first loss, but that is waiting for the concessional tranche to be confirmed. And very often you will have a third organization that says, hey, that concessional tranche, I can actually do this, but we need to have a guarantee first before we can do this. This is something we are confronted with all the time. We see that everyone is willing, but in practice, very, very little is happening. The financial system in the development world today is really struggling to connect the dots. Because I think, as many of you will know, there is absolutely no shortage of capital. Especially if you look at private investable capital. This is capital that is looking to be invested and looking for a decent return. Actually, you could say there is quite an abundance of it. What we lack is an architecture that enables us in an efficient way to connect the dots that I just described. And that is why an organization such as Finance in Common really matters. I mean, this is why it was created. This is the need that it is trying to serve. And today, Finance in Common has 550 institutions. Collectively, it's managing 23 trillion in assets. It's channeling 2 trillion into the global economy every year. Still, my conviction is that we are not using it to the full potential that it actually has. And as Matthias has extremely well described, the ODA is declining. In a situation where the ODA is declining, unlocking the potential of public and national development banks and helping them in de-risking and in financing sustainable development is really crucial. This is the real task that we have. But the international financial system today is not wired to make that happen. Finance in Common exists to fix this, and UNDP really is there to support you in this. Now, we are not a bank. We do not have a balance sheet. But what we provide and what you really have as a value added, and I think a value added that is quite unique, is that we will help you in building the conditions to make sure that that money can flow, and that money can flow in confidence. And the operational offer that we have, really I would like to categorize it in two main domains. First of all, we help in strengthening national financing systems. In more than 90 countries, that starts with something which is quite basic, that is building a credible government-owned plan. Very often, these are the integrated national financing frameworks. And the fact that they are government-owned and steered by the local authorities really is, in our experience, at the core. If it is not owned by national politics, if there is not national, I would say, political skin in the game, it's actually quite hard to achieve results. And we've been doing this in many, many places in the world. So that's the first element, that is frameworks. But the frameworks in itself will not attract capital. Capital will come when there are projects. And this is the second main domain in which we work, is supporting public development banks directly on the ground in building pipelines, originating bankable projects, structuring the de-risking, mobilizing domestic savings, doing that work on the ground. Our experience is that investing is a very, very local activity. If you want to do it well, you need local financial capacity, but you also need people on the ground who know the economy, who know the pitfalls, but who also see the opportunities that are there. We very often work together with you, and we also very often work with a UN sister organization, which is called the UN Capital Development Fund, which is a very attractive first loss guarantee schemes that they provide to commercial banks, and which is extremely successful in helping to make projects being financed. Now, those two domains in which we work, we cannot do it without the adequate political support. And there really, we need you, G7 members, to provide us the political support to make this a success. And really at this G7 meeting, there is three main asks that we have as UNDP. First of all, make those country-owned financing platforms, make them the default. And that really is a shift in the way we look at financing. I mean, it needs to be those national platforms that are structured based on the national needs, but also based on the national financing capacities. And those national financing capacities are there, and then they can be complemented by other sources of financing. Second element is, despite all the cuts that Matthias has warned us for, there still is concessional finance. And I'm convinced that there will continue to be concessional finance, but we have to be extremely cautious on where we use that. From our perspective, that concessional finance needs to be moved upstream. Upstream in the sense that it is being used to create those financing environments. It is being used to create those pipelines. Our experience is if you use concessional finance for that, the leverage effect is much, much higher than if you use the concessional finance to finance specific projects. The financing of specific projects will happen with other types of financing if the concessional finance is moving up. Last ask that we have is to empower the national development banks to really be a bridge between crisis work and recovery work. Too much, and also in the UN system, we see humanitarian work and development work as two different worlds. That's not the reality of today. The majority of the work that we do is in fragile and crisis environments. The people we help, really, it doesn't make a difference if the help is coming from a humanitarian organization or it's coming from a development organization. So we are uniting our interventions. By the way, interventions are better if you include development much early on in the intervention. But to unify that, we also need the financing to be more flexible. Today, the financing very much is there is a financing for humanitarian, there's a financing for development. That makes it very hard for us to make that bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. The solar panel example that I gave at the start, we do not need a new institution to make it work. I hope that was clear in my speech. What we need is not a new institution, what we need is a coherent system. And it should be driven by the reality that in the world of today, development really is our first line of defense. If you want a stable world, if you want a world where investment takes place, we need development to be more effective. And their financing common really is building that system. And the leaders in this room and the leaders that we will be meeting tomorrow will dictate how fast a system that I described and that is effective to the people we want to help can be constructed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madame la Ministre. I know that you have a time constraint, so please join us.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis, merci, cher Rémi, cher Adama. Cher Adama, tu m'as un peu coupé l'herbe sous le pied, car je voudrais, moi aussi, au nom de tous, au nom du gouvernement français, remercier très chaleureusement Rémi Rioux pour ses 10 ans à la tête de l'AFD, pour son travail ici à Finances en commun, et puis lui dire que tout cela, c'est aussi en grande partie grâce à lui, donc au fond du cœur, merci. Thank you all for bearing with us this morning. All the introductions were rather positive. I know the figures are bad. I know the context is complex. I know we're all very worried about development in general. But if you listen carefully to what Alexander just said, there is room for hope. And this is how I would like to conclude this inaugural session. You all have proven that you can work together. You all have shown and proven that the tools exist, that the money is scarcer, but that it is available, and that we can do something together. And this is the sense that I get as I start the G7 meeting on development in a very complicated context where, as you know, and this is perhaps an understatement, not all G7 members are aligned in terms of development, but there is much more room for consensus and for compromise and for working together than you would think. So right now, as I have to run and welcome the delegations that are arriving to the Quai d'Orsay, I wanted to leave you all with a message of hope and also my gratitude. My gratitude because if we are ultimately able to reform the system, if we're able to implement the milestones that have been discussed in Rio, in Seville, in South Africa, and I could name many others, is because people behind it are doing the work. Multilateral banks are doing the work. National banks present today are doing the work, and I wanted to commend you all for that. Of course, you need political drive. Of course, you need political willingness, leadership, consensus. Of course, you need to agree on the basics, on the principles, on the reason why we have to invest in development. But ultimately, someone needs to do the job, and that someone is you. So I'm not going to be very long on what we intend to achieve during this G7 track, ministerial track on development. We'll see in 2 days if we have succeeded. We're working on a communiqué. There's not been a communiqué in the past 2 years. So if we manage to have a document that states what we can agree on, this will already in it by itself show that there is room to work together at the G7 level. And this is important, dear Matthias, because the G7 is 70% of the public funds that are being spent on development today, if you take, even with the cuts that the OECD has shown recently. So if we manage to have a document that states these sectors on which we can work together, it will already show that there is room to move forward and there is room for hope in a complicated context again. The idea is also to work on very concrete objects. I think people need to understand what we're doing. I think it needs to be intelligible to our constituents to fight against this backlash that we're all perceiving in all parts of the world, and that it really is unjustified, because if there is money, public money, well spent, it is in the field of development. And if you weren't convinced after listening to Alexander De Croo, I think you need to listen again. There is no other money that is better spent, not in the military, not in any other policy, than in development, when well spent and when leveraged. And this is exactly what you're doing. So I wanted to tell you what we're working on, what we want to design in this ministerial track, and ultimately how this is going to pave the route to Evian. Working on a reform, a comprehensive one that looks at the metrics, one that supports the DAC reform, one that is actually agreeing on what we are talking about, and so taking into account the influx, looking into things on perspective and not as a picture. We are also working, as I said, on more efficiency, fight against aid fragmentation, but all of this you, of course, know by heart. We are working on mobilizing more actors, and this is also something that you've been doing for quite some time, mobilizing, of course, private funds, philanthropies, but also, and this is a very important one because it goes to sovereignty, domestic funds, and this is also something where we can find some sort of consensus. And ultimately, and perhaps this is one of the most important ones, is building resilience. Crises are multiplying. The need for development funding is increasing everywhere in the world because every crisis, after every war, comes a need for recovery, for reconstruction, for rebuilding, and we're not even talking about the impact it has on climate and on environments in general. But all of this can be addressed and will be addressed with your help, with your support, and with your mobilization, and for your presence today here in Paris. I really thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we now need to speed up the process. I'm going to just call Crispian Oliver for our first session. And this also will give me the occasion just to thank all the partners that have been supporting Finance in Common, hosting these summits, seconding people within the team. Just want to thank our colleagues from EIB, of course. Also, I've seen CAF, IDB have been seconding people hosting the summit, African Development Bank, and several of you, of course. I'm not going to just mention all of them, but for sure it was really helpful to also see colleagues from AIB that hosted the summit last year. All right, thank you very much. And just have Crispian to moderate the second session. I'm going to let you call your panelists and then move forward.
Thank you, Adama. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Crispian Oliver. I work for the Country Platforms Hub, newly announced at COP30, and we're connecting countries across the global south in driving forward with this agenda on country platforms. It's a great privilege to be here. Very strong opening session with, I think, some clear messages. I would like to invite our panelists for the next session. So Mr. Sidi Ul Tar, the president of AFDB, if you could please join us on the stage. Mr. Alvaro Lario, the president of IFAD, welcome, please join us. Boitumelo Mosako, the Chief Executive Officer of DBSA and the host of FiCS in Cape Town last year, which has launched us on this new phase. Great to have you with us, Boitumelo. And Mr. Fahad Al-Sulaiti, the Director General of the Qatar Finance for Development Initiative. The topics for this session is interoperability and country platforms. And you may wonder why these two issues are bundled together in one panel discussion. It is fundamentally important because interoperability is ultimately about the plumbing that makes the system more connected, that builds the base for the cooperation. And platforms is about how that cooperation comes together in any particular country. So how we operationalize it and deliver on country priorities. So we've got a brilliant panel to join us today. And I'm going to moderate from here, from a seating position. Just to say, time is against us, I'm afraid. So I know you are all very important people, but I'm going to chop you at 4 minutes. And please don't take any offense when I do that. They hired me because I'm a ruthless moderator. So that's my job. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, these are working very good. I want to start with you, Mr. Sidi Ulta. You know, you've been driving this new financial architecture across the African continent with many of the common themes that we're talking about now today. You know, moving from fragmentation to system coordination, moving from external dependence to a reliance more on our own resources and African intermediation, going from project to program. So I would love you to just reflect briefly on what you're doing with that push and what lessons we can extract for our own work now on interoperability.
Merci beaucoup. Permettez-moi tout d'abord donc de remercier Finance in Common et de remercier aussi la présidence française du G7. So back to your question. So in fact, we should look at Africa through many lenses, but one can start with two paradoxes. The first paradox is that Africa has the largest number among all regions in terms of development finance institution. But yet, the assets of this institution represent only 1% of the total asset of development finance institutions in the world. The second paradox is Africa needs 400 billion every year to fill the gap of its development needs. Yet, Africa has 4 trillion savings, but unfortunately not channeled to financing the development. So why we thought that Africa needed to have this new African financial architecture for development? It's specifically to tackle these two paradoxes and to bring all the players to work together. So how this has started? So we started as development finance institution. My sister Boitimelo, Serge, Zubeiru, Tadesse, and others, we sat together and we decided to create a group to change the situation. And then we invited pension fund, African Pension Fund, we invited African Sovereign Wealth Fund, we invited the Caisse de dépôt Développement, we invited the financing group, we invited African stock exchanges, we invited private equities, and then we realized that the main issue is fragmentation, the main issue is a lack of communication among the players, the lack of coordination. Subsequently, we organized on the 9th of April in Abidjan a meeting for all the players of the finance system in Africa. And that meeting was not a normal meeting with panels and discussion, but was organized in labs. And it was organized through 3 pillars. The first pillar was about the system itself, the infrastructure of the system. The second was about the mobilization of resources. And the third about how to deploy the resources. And we came up with a consensus of Abidjan, which is really paving the way for the new African financial architecture for development. What that means in concrete terms? 2 things. Vertically, we should have the continental level, the regional level, and the national level working on 4 principles: the principle of subsidiarity, the principle of complementarity, the principle of coordination, and the principle of risk attenuation. So horizontally, the new African financial architecture for development is organized with all the stakeholders working hand in hand. So pension fund working with sovereign wealth fund, working with commercial bank, working with development finance institution, working with capital market, working with private equity and other players. So interoperability at its best.
Yeah. Very good. I mean, it's great to see in the audience today all of those players that you've listed. So, you know, finance in common is not just about the PDBs. I mean, ultimately, it's about how the whole system works together.
Yeah, as rightly mentioned by Remy, so the new African financial architecture for development can be seen as the African chapter of FiCS.
Yeah. No, here. And thank you for introducing that, Remy. So this is meant to be a little bit of a conversation with the floor. And I'm going to, if you don't mind, invite two interventions. I want to riff off the points that you were making around interoperability, system coordination. So can I pick on you, Alain Beauvillard? You're at GCF, you're the head of strategy and policy and implementation, and I don't know what else. Everything at GCF is with you. You guys have been doing some really interesting work linking up with other VCFs, doing co-financing. You stood behind this new cohort of country platforms that got launched at COP30. Can I ask you, I mean, what's it going to take in practice to make those platforms work?
Thank you. Thank you, Crispian. This is a pleasure to see you again, and thank you for your support for the launch of the platform, by the way. Yes, indeed. I mean, the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, has been very much involved in supporting the launch of platforms. I mean, we launched at the COP30 15 new platforms, supporting basically the countries in this effort, across all regions and all type of countries, by the way. So big emerging countries, LDC, seeds, so really across the board. Why the GCF is so engaged in this effort? First, because country platform are amazing tools to reduce the fragmentation at local level, to increase the transparency, as Ray mentioned, and also to improve the coordination. First, it helps you as a country to align the country priority, the NDC, the NAPs, with the pipeline of project and policy you want to implement in the ground. It also helps you to coordinate different players, public, private, domestic, international players, around a programmatic pipeline of project. And most importantly, it helps to reinforce the country ownership. The platform we are supporting, we encourage the country to put local people from the country at the core of the platform. I mean, best example, South Africa that you know well, Brazil with BNDES at the core. How the GCF is supporting these platforms? Here again, as Alexander De Croo said, we have to focus on the upstream part, especially with the highly concessional money that the GCF can provide. So we focus first on capacity building. So we helped set the platform, we helped reinforce the local capacity through our readiness program. This is the largest grant envelope for technical assistance, 500 million just for capacity building. The second thing in the upstream is the project preparation facility to help build like a bankable pipeline of project. And the last thing that we can also provide for the country platform, of course, is the co-investment. Here's more on the downstream part. So here we can intervene with grant concessional loans, equity or grants. And here, like equity is like 15% of our portfolio, almost. I finish with one last thing. I mean, we are at the moment of the political announcement at the COP. And now we are in the moment now of the implementation. So we will rely on the best practice of Brazil. Brazil launched a platform about 18 months ago with support from GCF, 1 million from the readiness program. Now we have a pipeline in Brazil of like 18 projects, 25 billion already in the implementation. And thanks to the Knowledge Hub that you are leading with Brazil and Uganda in the V20, we are fostering also the South-South best practice exchange to support the other platform. Thank you.
Thank you, very important point. So, I mean, critically, you know, institutional strengthening so that this coordination can happen, building out these bankable pipelines so that we can mobilize the full capital stack behind them, and linking up across different experiences as we developing best practices and making sure that's shared. But, you know, I wonder, I see sitting 2 seats away from you is Mr. Alex Michi. Alex has been a key collaborator in this Country Platforms Hub. So Alex, for those of you that don't know, is the CEO of the Global Capacity Building Coalition, closely linked to GFANZ. And I want to ask you, Alex, specifically about unlocking private capital into these platforms. And I mean, I know it's I'm throwing it out, it's a very general term. There are many different fractions of capital. There's the early stage investors. Right on the other side is the slower, but, very well capitalized institutional investors. What's it going to take with this new crop of platforms to get capital to the table?
Well, thank you, and it's been a great pleasure collaborating with you and GCF and many of the colleagues in the room, Finance in Common, Remy and Adama on the Country Platform Hub and many other things. On your question specifically, I'd say it's important to note that setting up a country platform in and of itself will not solve anything, but rather it's a powerful mechanism to deliver, I think, three things that Alain just touched on. One is collaboration, coordination, cooperation around a shared, clear strategy. That could be the NDC or it could be a climate development plan. And that collaboration, coordination is not just with donors and MDBs and PDBs, it's also intra-governmental. So it's important that different ministries don't have their own platforms that are vying for attention, but there's clear kind of head of state support for the country platform. The second is focused work on developing a pipeline of bankable and investable projects that are aligned with that vision, and that can't be emphasized enough. And then third, related to those two, is a willingness and an ability to adjust the policies and regulations to make those projects bankable. Often those are the most important levers. And specifically on private finance, as you mentioned, I had the pleasure and pain of setting up GFANZ with Mr. Mark Carney a few years ago, which has been the private finance partner to the Indonesian country platform, the Vietnamese, and now the Brazilian as well. I think the most important, and it was mentioned by Alexander earlier and Elaine just now, is that concessional capital needs to be used catalytically, which is easy to say and harder to do. If you have a $20 billion pipeline for your country platform, and you use your $5 billion of public and concessional capital on the $5 billion most attractive projects and use that to finance them with debt, you're not going to finance the rest of the 15 billion. So that's really important. And I think the work that Brazil and GCF have actually done quite recently on using their GCF funding to set up a catalytic equity fund to finance and mobilize private finance into those pipelines is really commendable and should be looked at by other countries. The second, I won't dwell on this because many people have said it, but project preparation and upstream capacity building is super important. I think PDBs and national development banks can play a really critical role there. And again, we've seen BNDES in Brazil play a really important role in building that pipeline and working on project preparation. The final thing I'll say is transparency, and I want to commend not just Finance in Common, but the French G7 more broadly for really trying to make progress on lots of these issues. But one in particular is many private financial institutions, including my friend HSBC, Rodrigo, sat next to me, they want to do more blended finance. They want to do more financing of country platforms, but often they complain that they don't know where the concessional capital is available, who's providing it, what geographies, what sectors, what instruments. So with our colleagues at Finance in Common and others, we're building a catalytic capital repository, which will list all of those concessional instruments in a single place, and the French G7 has been very supportive of that, and I'd encourage all of the MDBs and PDBs to really get behind that and make it a one-stop shop for information on this type of work. And finally, I just want to commend President Tar for his work on the not just the new African financial system, but also the AFDB lab we're doing with GFANZ, as we've done with the World Bank before, which is really thinking about how do MDBs and potentially PDBs use their balance sheets more catalytically to mobilize private finance for these things. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Alex, and great you could join us. I know you've got a young baby, so I don't know if you're still getting any sleep.
Not much, not much.
So I want to now bring in, I mean, we heard from Alexander earlier, and I want to bring in the international organization angle. So if I can turn to you, Alvaro. You know, you've been leading this Agri-PDB coalition under the auspices of FiCS. And you're focusing on translating country priorities around agriculture and food security into investable pipelines. So, can you give us some of your reflections about how the international system can work more effectively together and how to collaborate at a country level, country by country, because that's ultimately where the action is on the ground?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having us. Let me commend also Remy for the leadership of these years, but also to bring it even to the G7. So I think it's fantastic to have this discussion also around the G7. I see a lot of friends and colleagues in the room, a lot of people actually making it happen. And I get also what the minister said, ultimately somebody needs to do the job. So I think here it's very clear this room is around a lot of action leaders. I see a lot of people trying to transform their institutions. And to me, first the system and then the individual institutions. It's about plumbing and it's about instruments. Many of the ideas have been here for, I would say, more than a decade already. We had it in Addis Ababa. I hear domestic national resource, private sector mobilization, fragmentation, underdeveloped local financial systems, country platforms, country needs, localization of development. We knew that already 2 decades ago. Now it's how we make it happen. And I think as a system, and that's why FiCS is very important, but also on the individual institutions. I'll speak briefly about IFAD, only 1 minute. Later on, what we are doing exactly to make this happen. On the platform itself, I think it's important. We are trying to address precisely that fragmentation, that ability of working with the local institutions. I do believe even some leaders, heads of state, are thinking about bringing back agricultural development banks. I think for the Agri-PDB, the most important part probably is how we can actually go. We have had 150 institutions working with us, around 100 countries, and I think now going from sharing a lot of green practices, how to mobilize green finance, which has been very helpful, into actually originating, which I think is the key, and what instruments can come there. And I think specifically we are working right now, and it was put forward also by Financing Common, on the PDB Guarantee Hub. I'm a big believer. We can see it in FIR in Mexico, Finagro Colombia, NABARD India, many institutions which actually are doing it with the private sector. For us in IFAD, we're also developing, actually bringing forward in our next instruments, partial credit guarantees, sovereign portfolio guarantees. I think it's important that all institutions evolve. I think PDBs, there can be a lot of actually ways of collaborating in that. Acting as a system, which means bringing vertical funds, multilateral. What's the role of multilateral? Many times we talk about catalytic. How does that translate really into instruments that are doing so? I think there's a responsibility and accountability. And also working also on investment plans, as you said, with pipelines that are bankable. How does this translate into food security? Actually, in food security, we have food security national pathways, we have national development plans, you have NDCs, you have a lot of platforms out there. So the issue is how do we coordinate across the actors and we make the work easier for the government. The platforms, the investable projects, what they want is there. Many times all of us come in an individual basis. So I think it's important that this comes as a coordination and that we all commit. It's very nice to say we must. When my executive team says we must, I ask, who's we? Is it you? Are you accountable to do it? So rather than we, is what is each individual institution doing it? And I think what the MDBs are doing specifically on procurement, as an example, on coming together is very important. So concrete steps to actually be able to co-finance, making it easier. The we must, the we have to coordinate, the fragmentation is not good enough. What is each individual institution, each individual leader doing to make it happen in practice? And I think the Agri-PDB is a way of coming for all of us together, and it's a way of working on a system. Individually, I think all of us need to do it. In the case of IFAD, 30 seconds, we are actually also investing our own money for the first time with our balance sheet with the private sector, co-financing. All our sovereign lending now needs to have entry points, exit points with the private sector. That's how we can influence also the government at a very difficult level for us. That means the missing middle, really the first mile. That's extremely difficult. We know it has not been funded. That's why IFAD was actually there 50 years ago after a food price shock. But what are the instruments? How are you doing it with your business model? That's what we are all accountable for. And Financing Common is a way of bringing it together. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Very encouraging words. So, you know, you've heard from an MDB. We've heard from a VCF. We've heard from the private sector. We've heard from a multilateral organization. The missing piece, in fact, the most important piece, is the national development banks. And I mean, I think the Brazil case study has been very instructive. You've seen how BNDES has been positioned almost as the central driver within the BIP. But that's not the only example. And, you know, to my home country, South Africa, and the Just Energy Transition platform that was launched. It's great to have you with us, Boitumelo. I mean, as I said earlier, you played a leadership role in the Cape Town FiCS Summit. You co-hosted the country platform exchange there, and you've had your sleeves rolled up, actively involved in the South African JETP and the climate finance facility. I mean, you've done a whole lot of initiatives. Can you give us some reflections on how, you know, we're talking about co-financing, interoperability, collaboration. How can it work better at a country level?
Thank you, Crispian. Good morning, partners in development. Thank you once again for this opportunity to come and share on the South Africa experience, Remy, Adama. Last week, we, Samela Zubaru, CEO of AFC, hosted the Africa We Want to Build summit in Kenya. One of the speakers was the AU Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy. And he used a word, a very common word, but it stood out for me. And as I'm sitting here, I'm reflecting on that moment, that we're not short of capital, we're not short of ideas. What we require is alignment. We need to rally around a common purpose that we are all working towards. When you look at the approach that South Africa took, firstly, is having country ownership at the highest level. So the leader was our president, setting up the project management unit within the presidency of South Africa as a coordination platform to then say, how are we going to align as players in this space? And it goes beyond financing, because when you look at just transition, it impacts communities. And that is the power of the FiCS platform. Yes, it's about mobilizing financing, but it is a system that also involves civil society and communities. Now that coordination, that coordinated approach then got to identify the different players, including the role of ourselves as a national development bank. Now, in terms of, if you look at, for example, what we've managed to achieve with our renewable energy independent power producer program that mobilized financing into clean energy generation to the tune of $18 billion, done through a country platform mechanism. Where we are now with the just transition, first of all, we need to mobilize catalytic finance, and I'm not going to get into the detail because my other colleagues have already touched on that. The second thing is the infrastructure that is required. Yeah. And that talks to the transmission network that we need to build in South Africa. The last thing then talks to how do we then capacitate the communities. How have we as an Development Bank responded, firstly by establishing the Just Energy Transition Financing Mechanism, which is an office within the DBSA. Secondly, supporting the first pilot for the rollout of 5,000 kilometers in transmission lines. And thirdly, by establishing what we call, in those communities that are impacted, the development labs. And what the development lab provide, I think my colleague from GFENS touched on that, is then capacity building, reskilling, and social entrepreneurship, and commercialization of innovative projects as well. So the creation of new industries. So it touches on all of those different aspects. Now, when it comes to transmission, one of the things that we also identified that when we did the REAP, our government could fully guarantee. But now we do have a gap. Zunaid is here. We started conceptualizing the creation of a credit guarantee vehicle to say, we need to create a credit guarantee vehicle that is going to mobilize institutional investors into the building of these transmission lines. And that project, we worked together with the World Bank MEGA to then establish that vehicle together with our national treasury that the AFDB is also going to be part of as well. So it shows you the examples of what is possible and the capital that can actually be unlocked in having this alignment and having the National Development Bank having that convening approach to getting all the players, especially from a financing perspective, to then do that. Now, the one last point I'd like to raise is this has now gone beyond energy transition. We've now created a country platform for our rail implementation program where we're expecting investment to the tune of $20 billion.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, and it was great to see South Africa launching an adaptation platform at COP30. So a lot that's cooking. I wonder if I could turn to our last panelist, so Mr. Fahad Al-Sulaiti. You run the Qatar Finance for Development initiative, which has got these multiple instruments that you're working through. So, grants, concessional finance, equity instruments. And I was fascinated by the partnership that you've now set up with the Gates Foundation, and you're collaborating with all of these instruments into these multilateral platforms, such as Gavi and the Global Fund. It would be really good to hear from you any reflections about this interoperability issue. How can we make these different bands of capital and different financial actors work better, work as a system?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and to be here, to support on the G7 Common Finance. So first of all, let me start off saying where I'm coming from. We are coming from the region, have shocks, from the recent wars. We've been talking a lot about that, and how this could affect the development. We hear today that security is really a key element for development. So that's why we need always the development to be the defense, for any countries that looking forward, for good investment, good contributing from our side. I'm coming from the ODA side, like AFDs and others, where we looking different instruments that we have today. And one of the key instruments is now, which is we are focusing, and we have a new strategy that we have focused on, is working with more on the development side with the development banks, because to leverage and to scale, this is the starting point that for us where we should start, and this is where we are going today. We have now with the IDBs, with the African Development Banks, with the World Banks, and most of the development banks, a new agreement, we focus a lot on soft component, but on the hard component. Energy has been a major sectors for us, you know, on the world. We're working on the Mission 300s, and we're doing more and more on that. Because really just taking Africa as a continent today is maybe 80% plus, there are no energies, and we need to instrument more on the gas and oil. How can we utilize the natural resources, which is already there, and we're making sure that, you know, we have a good ways to utilize and this is what we have experienced coming from the region, where 50, 60 years old, you know, this is where we are, you know, we were LDC countries, and this is how we grow our countries, you know, where we are today. So talking about the experience with philanthropies like Bill Gates, you know, we just signed a 500 non-grant agreement. Actually, we have changed. We find the models. Everyone talking about today. How can we have a good models today? One of the models that how can we working on health sectors, on food security and resilience, and this is major things that we have been working with the Gates Foundation, working on the financing, good platform, and country implementations. We are working with the national plan and the scaling of the private sectors. This is what we are doing, and we have shared a result framework with us and the countries. We have very good countries like Uganda, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Kenya. This is the country that we have been working on. But one of the major things that we've been talking about for a long time, we've been talking today about bankable and non-bankable transactions. I think very important things that we need to start thinking seriously about it is the bankable transactions. For example, in Syria, now we are working with the World Bank. We just recently, on the spring meeting last week, we have announced big things for Syria, how we identify the gap for Syria, you know, and we are working now on the emphasizing and putting a very strong instrument for the central banks so they can have a bankable transaction for all what they are doing inside Syria. Now the investors cannot go inside, you know, you cannot do any transaction for dollars in and out. Okay, still the banking system is not so good. So what we are doing, hopefully by July, we'll have a very good bankable systems inside it. We have worked with the Treasury in the US, and we have strengthening the private sectors there on the agricultures, on the energies, and other sectors. And this is what we are strengthening on, you know, for the futures for most of the countries that what we are trying to do in Africa or Latin America. We're expanding a lot now in Latin America, and this could be the futures for us, you know, where we can strengthen more on our partnership.
Yeah. No, it's extremely encouraging. And, you know, we've all been, you know, struck by this aggregate decline in development finance, but it's thrilling to see actors like yourself coming forward and showing the kind of leadership that you are at this point in time. So I'm going to come back to the panel just before we close for last 1-minute interventions, but I'd promised you I'd come to the floor. So I want to open it up, and I see a hand. Geraldine, I saw your hand go up. I mean, Matthias earlier, Geraldine, intervened on where we are with development finance. And for those of you that have not seen it, the OECD report that's just been released makes for striking reading. And there's some very clear recommendations in there. So I would love some reflections about that, but also where we're going to take this agenda to. Sorry, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Crispian, to invite the OECD to react on this session that is extremely interesting and important on this, the coherence of the overall system. And I would like to echo some points that have been made by the panelists on the role of the country platforms, more specifically, that are really emerging, to our view, as promising, you know, collaborative frameworks to align the stakeholders around country-led transition pathways. And we have seen that the early experiences of the platforms, the first JETPs or the second generation of platforms, have shown both their potential, but also, the design challenges. And to ensure, and their effectiveness de facto depends heavily on three things, and it has been mentioned by different panelists, like on the sound governance arrangements of these platforms, but also on the clear political ownership and on the alignment with the national development strategies. Yeah. And at the OECD, we have this CEFIM program, Clean Energy and for Finance Investment Mobilization, where we support the country platforms in emerging economies, including in Indonesia, South Africa, Vietnam, or Egypt, as well as the new India, Germany one. And jointly, I would like to do one announcement here, if you allow me. Jointly with the country platform hub, we'll organize a high-level roundtable on country platforms' role, their effectiveness, etc., on the 6th of November in Istanbul, just ahead of the COP31. So we remain really keen to work with all of you in this room, and with FiCS in common on the effectiveness of country platforms.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that, actually. So that's an open invitation, is it?
Yes, it is.
We would love all of you to join us. It's immediately before COP31 in Istanbul, so it's not actually at the COP venue. And it's a high-level focus on platforms and how we take this agenda forward. So thank you for that. Any other interventions from the floor? I would love... Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Admasu Tadessa. I'm the president of the Trade and Development Bank Group. A very brief question on the theme of the session, which is working as a system. I think we've heard from several panelists the very wide spectrum of actors in the system, but I've not heard anybody make reference to one very big player that has massive trust funds that became globally super important during the COVID crisis. And I'm talking about the special drawing rights that you see at the IMF and all the big trust funds there. There was a lot of excitement in the finance in common community that there might be some possibilities of us intermediating those mega billions. But from what I've been following so far, there's been very little how could I say, traction to help move that big money, because it's about intermediation, it's about multiplying mutual efforts. And even for the AAA rated institutions, it seems to have been not an easy thing to get going. So is that part of the working as a system theme?
Good. It certainly is. I will ask the panelists to reflect on it in their closing statements. Junaid Ahmed from MEGA, and great that you're intervening, Junaid, because guarantees has been mentioned a number of times, and it would be really good to know how this interoperability theme is being woven together with the work that MEGA and FiCS is doing.
Thank you very much. So if you allow me, I just want to raise a slightly different perspective on the systems. Development finance is moving from a world of public finance into a world of leveraging market finance. The world of development finance does not engage with the world of financial stabilization. What worries me as I work more and more in the world of leveraging is that the financial system globally and financial systems in many of our countries is changing very, very rapidly. As we bring development finance closer to leveraging, we need to understand how stable that financial system is. Is today's world of financial system protected from what happened in 2008? Or are we entering into an era of instability? If we are, then putting development finance in financial world brings a risk that we have not in development actually thought about. That's something that we need to keep an eye on. It's not an area that we in development finance worry about, but it's one that will affect us if the world of leveraging is where we are.
Yeah. No, fundamentally important. You know, and in this age of shrinking development finance, I mean, as Alexander urged us earlier, we've got to be moving upstream and looking at how to de-risk and leverage up the full capital stack. I'm going to take our last intervention, Madam.
Thank you. Amelie Amin from British International Investment. And Leslie Mazdop is actually in Kenya at the moment with the African Venture Capital annual event, otherwise would have been here. Just to say, I think, you know, as BII, we just launched our new 5-year strategy, and market level impact working as a system is really core to our new strategy. Building on what we've already learned, but recognizing the need to really go much further to ensure that every pound, dollar, euro is really mobilizing more private capital, more effectively unlocking the more transformational impact that we really need to see. And I think, you know, the role of country platforms really is integral to that and that transformational approach. I also, and I'll come on to the interoperability in a second, but I want to congratulate, Remy is not in the room at the moment, but the whole FiCS team for this great initiative, and in particular also DBSA for such an excellent event last February. But just to flag, I mean, we were one of the first collaborations launched in 2020, the Adaptation Resilience Investors Collaborative, ARIC. We've been working with other DFIs, but more recently with some MDB, private sector arms, impact investors, to develop what we're now referring to as an Investors Resilience Challenge that can help provide a common approach that will be absolutely critical to ensure interoperability around adaptation and resilience. I think we have not sort of recognized, I mean, we talk about resilience a lot now, but we need to ensure that we're being consistent, particularly from the private sector side. So linking that with these country platforms, and delighted to hear that South Africa is already continuing to lead the way with an adaptation country platform, because that will be key to unlocking the private sector.
And BII has been incredibly supportive. I mean, not just South Africa, but a whole raft of platforms that are moving forward. So I'm coming back to our panel for your last word, and if I could please ask you to be very brief and to the point. And can I start with you, Fahad?
Thank you very much. I just will comment, you know, for two things for the trust fund. I think it's interesting. Yes, it's very important, and we totally believe on the trust fund and how it's important and scaling of the trust fund, and not only, you know, from the investment perspectives, but on the part of the development end. But the challenge sometimes for us, I'm just giving some examples here, is that we don't have a clear program, not a project base, but a clear program for this trust fund. Sometimes it will be hesitated. Sometimes we said, oh, there is a high risk. When you mention about the de-risking, this is something that we need to take it. But not all, but some of it. You know, that's why on the trust of the trust fund, this is a key things on it. And last things, just to mention about. I totally agreed from the mega perspectives on the leveraging. It's really it's a high risk now, and we are working on the scaling of the co-financing, you know, between leveraging and how can we multi-leverage this scaling, you know, for any co-financing that we are doing today. And sometimes it's shocking because what this decrease of the ODAs and amount is going down. That's why we need to leverage more on the development banks, and this is where we strengthen to de-risking our contributions.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Boitumelo?
With the infrastructure report that was released by AFC last week, that shows where the opportunities lie across the continent. We have seen country platforms work within the South African context. We know where the opportunities are. My brother has now put together NAFAD, my conclusion is it's looking at all of these elements. I'm excited at the opportunities of driving infrastructure development on our continent, transitioning from country platforms to regional platforms to drive regional integration and take advantage of our African minerals opportunities to close the energy excess gap, and even moving to a continental platform, which is what NAFAD then represents. Thank you.
Yeah, here. Over to you, CD.
No, thank you very much. Just 2 points. One is that so far we have been very slow in mobilizing capital, private capital in Africa. So currently we stood at 0.46 cents for every dollar from our resource, while we should aim to have a multiplier by 10. So I think we have an opportunity really to scale up the private sector mobilization. Second, we also need to work on project preparation and development, because so far only 10% or less than 10% of projects in Africa have been able to reach the financial closing. So those 2 elements are key, and we are working as a group of institutions, so DBSA, AFC, BOD, TDB, and others. We are working to set up a Pan-African guarantee mechanism as part of the new African financial architecture development.
It's very exciting. I'm told we're already in injury time. There's a 1 minute, 30 seconds over time, but no pressure, Alvaro.
Yeah, no, first of all, just to finalize saying that I think I'm an optimist. I see more and more leaders actually willing to work for the system. We see it in Africa. We see all of the MDBs coming together, aligning on standards. So I think there's a collective action that's happening apart from the individual transformations that I'm seeing. So this is really, I think, probably the pressure on finance, the pressure from taxpayers is there. We're going from a development finance system where it was based on inputs now to really outputs and results. So I think that's a big transformation and specific instruments. From the, just to finalize on the Agri-PDB, from our side, we're very committed. We're putting 1 million of our money also to try to continue developing. And I think the future, and I would also plead for this collective ownership. At the end, this is not compulsory. We're all trying to support. We were transitioning right now from sharing practices on green financing to actually really operationalizing a lot of the, as I would say, CD was saying, project preparation, technical assistance, how can we coordinate that? So from the food security side, we already have the pathway, we have the investment platform, we have worked with African Development Bank in the past in Africa concretely on that. All of that is there now. It's how we can make it happen and instrumentalize it and operationalize it. And I think this is the new phase to really go into this type of results. So thank you.
Adama?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to mention that I mean, all the comments, it's not just questions. We are taking them to make sure that the outcomes are taking into account what comes from the forums as well.
Yeah.
So just to add Masu's question regarding the SDRs, it's really, I mean, it's in page 3. So we really call for that for the system. So you cooperate.
It's in there already.
I mean,
that's very reassuring to know.
Yeah, you're fine. Right.
So, colleagues, it's going to be difficult to summarize such a rich session. But you know, three messages. One, interoperability, and for anyone that wants to dig more deeper into the issue, there's an amazing report that FiCS released last year. I think middle of the year sometime. Strengthening collaboration to scale climate and development finance. It's an incredibly practical unpacking of the issue, and it takes us into all the mechanics of interoperability. So, you know, how we get aligned around definitions, how we can use common approaches to due diligence, how do we use each other's accreditation systems, and project approval processes. There's some excellent examples of co-financing that's already been done by many of you in this room. So we're not talking about something that you're not doing. We're talking about doing what you're doing, but at a much bigger scale and far more effectively. So that's the first message, I think, coming out of the session. Secondly, for me, the vital importance, you know, we all talk about the global system, but ultimately the people that make it work on the ground are the national and the regional banks. So I want to just foreground you. It's a long-term fix agenda about, you know, getting the whole system to stand behind national and regional banks and enable you to deliver at scale to country priorities that they're emerging. And the last point is this has to ultimately be knitted together at a country level. So we've got to stack it up, not just in terms of global systems and architecture, but country by country, whether it's country platforms that people are doing or other programmatic initiatives or other long-term investment plans. So how do we get over, I mean, you know, unfortunately, we're all competitors in this room. How do we get over our natural instinct to compete with each other and deliver a better, more joined-up system behind these country priorities? Thank you. Sorry I had to rush the discussions. So I'm handing over to Rodrigo Salvador. So he's our next moderator, HSBC. Over to you, sir.
Yes. How are you? I don't need microphone usually, but anyway. Okay, so first of all, I think I'm very glad. My name is Rodrigo Salvador. For those of you know me, I am now the Global Head of Strategic Partnership of HSBC. Before, or just 6 months ago, I was on the NDB board in Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. So, first of all, I'm going to be calling my partners in crime in trying to make regulation enjoyable for the next hour. So I'm very glad and honored to invite Serge Ekwe, the president of West African Development Bank and the chairman of IDFC. Serge, please. Great. Jan Lepalek, the president of the Standard & Poor's Global Rating and member of S&P Global Executive Leadership Team. Where is Jan? Where are you? Great. Philippe Barang, the chairman of the International Chamber of Commerce. Philippe. And Vera. Where is Vera? Vera Songwe, the co-chair of the Independent High-Level Expert Group on Climate Finance. Vera. Nice to see you. And then we are also going to have like great discussion from the floor. I see Philippe Mongar is the Deputy Secretary General of the French Prudential Supervisory and Resolution Authority of the Bank of France. I hope I said it right. And then we are going to have also Burkhard Kabel-Sorger, the Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of the EBRD. So, all good? Excellent. So, yeah, I will go there. So, framing for this, let me go there. So, a couple of things on that. As I said, I came from the NDB world, right, to the private capital or the private sector 6 months ago. So, and again, obviously, the regulatory framework, and I like the title of this because we are talking about prudential regulatory frameworks as enablers, right? Not really as basically roadblocks, but actually enablers. And obviously, when I was at the NDB side, I knew it was important. But I have to say, when I came to the private sector side, I know it's even more important, right? I mean, a lot of our capacity from the private sector to engage with NDBs and with EFIs and PDBs actually depends on regulation, depends on how much, you know, obviously we let's say, get some regulatory capital relief from engaging with public development banks. And obviously, one of the key incentives for us to engage with PDBs is the fact that they have, a better track record, right, in terms of default and all that. But not always is that reflected in the ratings, right? And when we talk about, obviously, cost of capital, the cost of capital is made or depend heavily on 3 Rs, right? Ratings, risk perception, right? And also regulation, right? So again, one thing that I think is very important to me right now is that I see this conversation brewing in different places at the same time. And this phone, to actually move the needle on these things, you need this sort of coordination, or it needs a little momentum. But I see many things. The World Bank Private Sector Lab, that's coming up, and this is an issue there. The UK government EMD, Emerging Market and Development Economies Task Force, this is also an issue there. G-Funds, right, Alex is here, also an issue there. The EBRD, Public and Private, Task Force, also an issue there. So we see a lot of this conversation coming, and I think coming at the right time, at the right place. We have also, obviously, a coming conversation, the UK G20, et cetera, et cetera. So again, very, very keen on getting into it, right? So the way we'll do this, we do like 2 rounds. The first one, getting a little bit into, I think, 3 things that we need to tackle. One is whether actually at what extent, right, regulation is kind of a constraint right now for PDBs to actually access more, mobilize more capital and access more capital. The second is the reasons. There are reasons why this is happening. There are reasons for regulation, right? We need to walk that fine line between that, but also without undermining stability. And then the third one is how we can overcome those things. So without further ado, Serge, can I come to you, right? You are on the trenches. You are obviously from the PDB side. So it would be great to hear from you first, right? Up to what level and how you feel that from the PDB side, how you feel regulation is kind of a constraint, and whether you think that is really an issue of regulation or something else.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Well, I'll be brief. Today we are strange animals, in the sense that I strongly believe that on one hand, the capital market has deep pockets, enough pockets to help us fund our business. This is one. On the other side, I strongly believe as well that the most efficient organizations are investment banks. From the tea lady to the chairman or to the CEO of the bank, everyone is very transactional minded. So the most efficient industry, the banking industry, or investment bank. But as PDBs, we are development banks.
Right.
So most of us, we pay no dividend to our shareholders, and we are devoted to funding energy, health and education, infrastructure, where sometimes the return either on asset and even more on equity is very low. So we are in the middle of waters where we have to be efficient. And in the meantime, we are devoted to development banks. We are devoted to development. MDBs, you have the development part of it, but we are banks, all right? So very efficient, and we tend to be very efficient organization. Having said that, the regulations today, most of the time, would look at us, would perceive us, or as if we were a commercial bank, which means that if we were to stick to our very mandate, we wouldn't be countercyclical. But by definition, if I do not invest in Senegal, if I do not invest in Mali, if I do not invest in Niger, who would?
Right.
No one would. And it would even be a very bad signal if we don't act accordingly.
Right, okay, so one thing that I like about this conversation is like, usually these conversations happen like a little bit, those that are old enough to remember the Fight Club, right? That they were not in the same room, right? The public-private, and bringing everyone from the regulators, from the CRAs, from the PDBs on the same room is a great thing. So, Ian, I can come to you, right? I mean, obviously CRAs are really relevant here. And so from your perspective, what are the main challenges in order to actually line this? I agree on the key tension, right, between being pushed to be an investment bank on one side, but then having to go to the hardest places on earth to actually make the operations.
Well, so first of all, thank you very much indeed for having S&P Global Ratings to this August panel. And this is an incredibly important issue that at S&P Global Ratings we've treated as a strategic priority for the past 3 years, and me personally. So delighted with the invitation. Second, always as a credit rating agency, very interesting to be put in the camp of the regulators. I'm in a business where I'm regulated by 28 regulators worldwide.
Right.
So it's always interesting to be put in that position, but I understand that given the fact that we're here standing to represent the international investors, at some point, what we say and how we approach the rating of multilateral lending institutions is something that can be akin to be perceived as regulation. So happy to take it, and that's the reason why, again, this is a strategic priority for us. How have we been approaching the issue at S&P Global Ratings for the past 3 years? It's very simple. It's a two-pronged approach. First prong, more access to more granular data.
Yeah.
And second, being willing and able to mobilize teams of very senior credit experts to look at the financial innovation that fortunately is taking place at pace and scale in this space as we speak. So more data, I will give you a few examples. When it comes to, so we've got this capital model that is very similar to what we do on the banking side with some adaptation. Very recently, we refined our calibration of the risk weights for the preferred creditor treatment. And we did also, by having access to the GEMS database, a same adjustment of our risk weights for private creditors. So all in all, that is freeing up across the ecosystem to between 600 and 800 billion of US dollars, to give you the magnitude of this, just by having access to more granular, higher quality data. When it comes to financial innovation, again, we're touching upon many, many different areas here. But if you take early climate event deferral clauses that led us to change our rating definitions, which is not something we do every day, about every 30 to 40 years. But at the time when this came to the market, we felt that that was worth doing it. More recently in Asia, we are seeing more CLOs of project finance, and having access to more recovery data has enabled us to refine our approach there. More recently, there was the early trigger contingent capital for multilateral lending institutions built on our renewed approach to taking into account hybrid issuance into the capital of MDBs. So all of this has led, again, to providing MDBs with more flexibility and ultimately more capacity to be lending and funding economic development. Has it been done in one day? No. Does this require the mobilization of big resources internally? Yes. But we treat it as a strategic priority from top to bottom, and we spend the time and the energy and the resources that are needed to tackle this incredibly important issue.
Right. No, that's very helpful. And again, I mean, I think, should be that sort of pathway, right? Obviously, how long it takes to build that data, or, some of these banks might not have the data, and they have how much you have to wait. You have to wait 10 years of data to actually get to there, or what is that plan? And I think, in particular, I think FiCS can play a role also in bringing that and then creating the pathway. There might be some of these banks already there. Some of them, they will get there, right? So that's kind of incentive. I think that's very helpful. Philippe, you are on the regulator side, I guess, right? So can I go to you, I think, from the regulatory perspective, right? How you feel that the PDBs are treated, right? Everyone is always saying this. but it would be great to get your sense of it. And then, you know, up to what point you think that this can be adjusted, right? Or you see room for adjustment?
Merci pour l'invitation. Thank you. Happy to be there and to have the opportunity to present the perspective of a supervisor of banks and of people being involved in the discussions internationally to set standards. Well, currently, let me first remind that currently the public development banks are already partially recognized in prudential frameworks, but in a fragmented, incomplete, and sometimes overly conservative way. Let's just put it from the start. We have currently a limited set number of MDBs which already benefit from the prudential risk weight, which is 0%. Right. So you can't go better than that. But it's a limited number of MDBs who have such a treatment. On the rest, on the most public development banks and the DFIs, they are treated like banks or corporates, despite similar credit profile, and at best 20% risk weight. So that's one thing to put on the table. And the guarantees that we have talked about before and the risk-sharing instruments available are in principle eligible for credit risk mitigation, but strict criteria, which is unconditionality, timeliness, exclusion clauses sometimes, they often prevent the full recognition in practice and therefore the risk mitigation role. As a supervisor, I cannot, of course, not say that we don't consider that the regulation as the prime driver for providing finance, the global economic environment, the interest rate environment, the geopolitical, the uncertainty are a key issue. But of course, the framework, the regulatory framework can play a role. Right. We are convinced that the framework, the Basel III framework, has shielded the economy from another yet global economic crisis, but it doesn't mean it has to stay unchanged. So to come into your question, and for what concerns credit supply, I think we can, and we could, and we should, bring a risk-based, targeted clarifications and amendments to the framework that could facilitate the recognition of low-risk features in the transition finance. There is a list of low-hanging fruits, as we call it, that could be achieved quickly by bringing clarifications in the frequently asked questions in the Basel standards. But in the medium term, I would say that we are also open to a more fundamental review, which should be data-based and a revision of risk weights of some products, like I've heard blended finance, AAB loans, project finance. Right. This is something that could be envisaged, but I would say it has to be grounded on lower risk measurements. Yeah. So this is why I think we have heard before on the GEMS initiative. It's very important that we build on that, and that there is evidence of the lower risk profile of such finance. And of course, this review has to be led by the Basel Committee, which means that it's an internationally led effort. Right. That would be my take.
Right. That's great, Philippe. And again, I mean, I think hold on that in the next round. You know, I will help you. I will ask you about coordination also on regulators. How much of that you need to happen across different regulators in order to that for happening, or on that, because I know that's a key thing. So, Philippe, private sector, right? Again, I mean, I don't know how many are we from the private sector, but. What is the feeling from your end, right, on how much of this is an issue and where is the space, right, for improvement?
Well, it's definitely an issue. Just for those who don't know, ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, we have we are the global business organization. We have 45 million members in our chambers of commerce, right? And we have a seat of observer in the United Nations. We rule with one standard, which is in Incoterms, $17 trillion of goods and merchandise trade in the world. And when things go wrong, the Court of Arbitration, where we settle $200 billion per year. And so now we are also very focused on climate, digitalization of trade, and more about new multilateralism. So this matter of the private business involvement is absolutely critical for us. And if I'm a bit rude, I would say it's perhaps time now to land in the real world on this, because during more than a decade now, and Remy has reminded us all the events where we are dealing with billions, trillions of dollars and so on. So, but if you look at the reality on the ground, look at the last report of the IEA on energy, right? And it's pretty frightening, because it says that for the global energy investments, only 17% of the project, or the funding, go to the emerging or developing countries, which represent 2/3 of the planet, right? So only 17%. And if you look at the sub-Saharan part of the planet, it's only 2%. Right? So there is here something which is definitely wrong. And this gap, we can assess it to be about $500 billion per year for energy. But, you know, there are also good news, and it has been told several times this morning, is that it's not a problem of availability of private money. It's really a problem of unlocking, right? So that's what really we are here. Yeah. So if I can perhaps tell you a bit more on our views on the matter here. I think we have simply two issues. One is about real misalignments of the financial incentives, and it has been said several times already. And the second point is definitely the untapped catalytic role of the MDBs and public banks, and which is what is done in finance income, and it's great in this regard. So just coming back to these 2 points quickly. Yeah. On the first one, you know, it's really about prudential constraints that discourage banks from allocating capital to these emerging markets. So it's the problem that the project financing long-term with capital-intensive projects is weighted as high risky for the banks. Right. And a project which is backed by the low-rated state is penalized. And even when the underlying economic flows are strong and stable. I'll give you an example. If you take a solar farm it has been taken a little bit by Alexander this morning in an emerging countries, then you take this solar farm, it's a project finance, it has a long-term concession agreement with the government, you have the MIGA PRI support against convertibility problems or breach of contracts, and you have co-financing by a loan from an MDBs and so on. But at the end of the day, because of the country rating, you know, you lost all the advantages here. So at the end of the day, you have to put as much, you know, all the amounts of the project on your balance sheet, and the bank doesn't come. Okay, right. So we have a problem here, and we don't advocate to rewrite Basel III. Okay, but the way the rating agencies are interpreting it can be absolutely reviewed, right? So it's simple, but it has to be done. So this is for the first, you know, the first element. The second one has been pretty addressed already this morning. It's about the role of the you know, MDBs and on this matter. It's really about not being a commercial bank, right? But to be the catalytic banks. You know, I find the MDBs too often, they behave like, sorry for this in the room, but commercial banks, right? But they have to be here as a facilitator, you know, a market setter on this matter. So I really commend what is done here by Financing Commons, because it's indeed the right way to work on the local side on these matters. But these two elements have to be dealt with misalignments and this question of the role of the MDBs, right?
Very good. But I think, like putting together different elements, right? If we can start like thinking, what are the things that you can start with, right? Where we have more data, right? And what are probably the institutions and the sort of taxonomy of deals, of transactions that could be treated differently, or we can start there, right? You have to have like from 0 to 100. But I agree with that from the perspective, you're already 2 minutes over, Philip, but I can give you 3 seconds. Go ahead.
First of all, just to tell you that this morning, this gave me some ideas. No, we have to be very local here in this process, not only high altitude. We have 100 national committees. We could definitely link the platforms that are recommended and developed in the conclusion here of this day to our national committees for the future. Because we have to have the business much more engaged and involved upstream in the processes when you think on this regulatory, this stuff.
No, I think we have like some of the elements of why we could be a sort of a playbook, a roadmap on that. Vera, can I come to you now? I mean, I think, obviously, you have different hats, right? But you have been working a lot on Africa, right? On actually mobilizing capital, private capital. So you have a lot of experience doing that. So, and again, the tension that Serge said at the beginning, at the fundamental point of it is actually that tension between being an investment bank and then going to the hardest places and how you maintain the AAA and then go, and do the hard to reach. So how you see that, right? And the misalignment, that tension, and how you think your senses regulation can actually be helpful in bringing both together.
Thank you for, it's good to see you, and you've changed hats. I used to be a PDB, now he's in the private sector, so you will tell us where the show is biting.
Me out there, I don't know.
Let me start first of all by, Remy is not here yet, but it's such a pleasure to be here. And when Remy started doing the FiCS, we all thought, okay, another idea, another program that will not, get to something. But I think the testament that we're all here really means that the FiCS has, been and remains an important voice in this conversation, and I thank the G7 also for putting it on the agenda. And I think 3 things that I want to say in terms of how we see regulation. And a lot of times when we talk about regulation, and I'm talking here also as part of the 4 Ps, which is the Eminent Persons Group. And the Eminent Persons Group is part of, I see former President Moussa Faki here is now the chair of it. But it's a group that was put together by the G7 and the Paris and the Germans and a couple of others to sort of look at precisely prudential regulation and look at the data. But I also want to say, Philippe, I'm so happy that you said that there's low-hanging fruit. I think we do need to take it.
Right.
It's not common that we hear the regulators say there is low-hanging fruit and something to do. So let's not let that go, because we're going to come back. And so thank you for that message of hope. But 3 things, and I think this is such an important conversation today, for the simple fact that when we look at the G7 countries, debt to GDP ratios are over 100%, right, in the G7. The G7 does not have fiscal space to be able to provide additional capital for development. This is where the conversation starts. And I think we are talking here about investments and the need to crowd in more investment. And if you do that, then all of a sudden you're saying, where can you release more capital? And a low-hanging fruit is regulation. And I give you a very clear example of where regulation bites, and bites Africa in particular, because let me start with that, right? And I see Smiler here and many others who are working, and of course, Butumelo. And we are working with LSE and CETEX, looking at DBSA, BNDS, and PTSMI to see essentially the pain of regulation. And I give you an example. In BNDS used to be rated, and it's not S&P's fault, but they used to be rated better than the sovereign.
Right.
The Brazilian National Development Bank. They today do more renewable energy projects than most development banks, and you know this combined, right? But their cost of capital now is higher because regulation has said, even if you're doing very well, you cannot be rated better than your sovereign. And so essentially, they're being rated much lower. And we're looking at the BSA and PTSMI to look at public development banks to see whether we can change that. Second case, and these are real cases, where the Basel regulation And I fully agree with you, Junaid. Nobody here wants to risk any kind of financial stability issues. But if you don't have growth, probability that you're going to get into more financial stability issues is bigger. In Africa in particular, there is a lot of work that has been done that projects are risky in the first 5 years. After those first 5 years, the project riskiness is actually lower than in Europe. However, the capital requirement stays high post 5 years. You're just locking money up, which you could use.
And it's super expensive, right, for us, right?
Exactly, right? So, yes, so now you're on the other side. I know you said us, I was thinking, but now you're on the other side. So you don't want to come because you're going to lock your capital for 20 years for the life of the project, when 5 years later you could release that capital and reinvest it. These are the things that I think we're saying, and we now have with the GEMS database and many more. Evidence that 5 years later, release the capital. We're talking billions of dollars that can be released, that will go back into good investment. I think these are some of the things
I think it's very much, but that goes in the spirit that we're saying, right? You know, be concrete, be methodical, discipline, right? In terms of like getting the data about the things and then have like sort of the roadmap. Again, I will not say it's like the low-hanging fruits, but definitely there are things that can be done, right? That have to wait 10 years because I don't think we have 10 years. So, Burkhard, can I come to you now? Obviously, EBRD has been also, you know, but the NDBs are already out there, right? In terms of probably the sort of the most sort of respected, recognized, right? Kind of leading the way on this. And also, EBRD has been, you know, with the public and private sector task force, right? We're discussing this. So we'd love to get your views, right, on where you are, what your thoughts are, and to what level also regulatory is affecting NDBs, right? And where you see actually the room for, you know, adjustment.
No, thank you very much. I truly welcome the discussion. And we had the session before, work as a system, and I believe that again, regulators, rating agencies, commercial banks and MDBs, they need to work together as a system because unlocking the private capital for meeting all the SDG goals can only be done together. And all MDBs, including EBRD, have mobilization as one of their part of their mandate. But what we have seen, especially right after the global financial crisis and Basel III and Basel IV, is how much commercial banks lost their appetite to come in as a B lender in our projects. So you can say, well, that regulation locked again and prevented further private sector mobilization. And this is why you need now, let's say, the World Bank initiative, all other initiatives to find other ways how to unlock, let's say, the private capital. And that is a major task. But again, if we are able to move the needle a little bit on the regulation, it will, again, unlock an immense capacity. And it starts again with the B loan appetite, again, where, let's say, the status of MDBs, also their preferred creditor status, is not being recognized. Again, the GEMS data, which is actually showing that the risk profile of MDBs, thanks to their, let's say, richest governance and also their position, is not being recognized. There are other elements. If for other banks, the leverage ratio is a constraint, right? Again, they look at this, we would like to do more, but the leverage ratio, which is again not risk-based, is preventing us actually to take on additional, let's say, capacity from MDBs. And you will find quite a number of elements that actually make that constraints more and more restrictive. And I think this dialogue is really required, not just, let's say, on a hypothetical level. We need to go through items by item and define what needs to change, because that is actually unlocking quite a big potential. Right. And the UK, let's say our task force and all other elements, if they actually come as a joint voice with very clear requirements, it would help. And what I would hope to get introduced, again, also for MDBs, and we come to this later, we have a very regular dialogue with the rating agencies over many, many years, twice a year, where we meet S&P, Moody's, Fitch, in order to talk about the methodology And we've seen quite a number of changes, and you've mentioned a few, like recognition of the preferred creditor status, having the same dialogue in this forum, really focused on regulatory change, will also help to actually define some clear actions that also regulators can take to the Basel Committee.
Yeah, no, I thank you so much, Cara. I think, and also from I can definitely relate to that on the AB loans, right? I think, I don't know if that's a low-hanging fruit or not, right? Would love to, but it's true that will align incentives a lot, and it was basically, really, when we talk about private capital mobilization, again, these things shouldn't be overlooked. These are probably the ones that actually can be very truly catalytic, right, for us, and in terms of that. I think, Philippe, you said, well, you are adding the fact that you have to invest on heavy things for like 20 years, right? Which always everyone is trying to distribute. But if on top of that, you have the regulation, then obviously it's an overburden. So I think we're doing quite well on time, actually, right? We'll come to you with a 1 minute one. But before that, I will take Crispian's thing. So if anyone from the room wants to make a question or an intervention on this before I go to our panelists and discussants. No one wants to talk about regulation. Right. Anyway, yeah. No one wants to. All right, there you go. Okay, name and school, please. We have to give like a, I didn't know. Sorry, Karim, I thought we were...
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thank you, Morgan Després, European Climate Foundation. So there is a question that you didn't mention, it's the process to do that. Because we see low-hanging fruits, potentially on guarantees, maybe on somewhere else. Philippe mentioned the Basel Committee, but in the current political juncture, the point is it realistic that we go through Basel to do that? And if not, do we have alternatives? Is the EU track another option? So maybe I think we have a good clarity on what we're talking about and what the impediments are. But the point is, how do we get to a point where we remove them? How do we do it in practice? Maybe that's the bit of my question.
Well, that's actually, you are telling the final thoughts on that, but I agree with that on that. Vera?
I think that's a good question. I think that we have to be careful in some sense, because if we go around Basel, then we are questioning, I think, the very importance of something that we have put together, post the financial crisis, essentially, to hold the system, and it has worked, right? However, I think two things are happening today. With the United States and the new dispensation of the Fed, there is already conversations around liquidity coverage ratios, and they have been suspended, at least in the United States. And the European banks, I think it was 2 or 3 days ago in the FT, are beginning to ask for the same dispensation. Now, if we start thinking about that, then why not go one step further? Why do we have to, my question was, why do we have to wait for the Europeans themselves to start feeling pain for us to open it? But since they are, and the United States has already done it, and the United States is in Basel, I think once we meet to start talking about LCRs, we can also talk about some of the prudential reforms that are hurting us. And the Africans have already come together and proposed, some of the adjustments that can be done in this context, using the prudential standards guidelines and rating systems that have been put together by the African PDBs and others. So no, don't go outside Basel is at least my suggestion. But I also think that today, because the Europeans are also questioning Basel, there is probably a little bit more room for us to have that conversation.
Thank you. Philippe, do you want to?
Yes, if I can. I think that was a good question. A difficult one, actually. What I wanted to say and add to the things I've said before is that we talked about Basel a lot. It's not just Basel. It's not just about banks. We have a whole ecosystem, insurers, market players. So I think there's something there that needs to be addressed at a wider, higher level. So perhaps something that the the Financial Stability Board could be taken on board because he's supposed to coordinate standard setters' efforts across the board. So that's something that can be looked into, and perhaps having a mandate from G20 or that sort of body. That's one area. But obviously the thing I wanted to highlight also is that we talk about Basel. We have had an agreement in the past. What matters is that you implement it fully. I don't want to go into a long debate with other regulators, but start implementing it. And as far as MDBs are concerned, some jurisdictions are not recognizing fully the list of zero risk weight for MDB. So we have an agreement, implement it. And that's what I would say. And on the other aspect I wanted to say, because we mentioned a lot, I heard a lot about finance, transition finance, and making the green finance a collective objective. And I think also other bodies like international bodies can play a role. And I cannot not mention the NGFS, for those who don't know, the Network for Greening the Financial Sector, which puts together banking regulators and across the world. It's more than 175 countries in the secretariat, in the network, that could also help there just to try and promote green financing, across the board. That could also help, redirect some of the savings towards the areas that needs to get funding beyond the regulatory aspect, of course. So that's another dimension to basically promoting green finance at the international level, using those bodies. To put it shortly, FSBs and GFS.
Excellent, thank you, Philippe. But again, I mean, I think that actually lays out, again, there is a pathway, that we can start like carrying and creating, on this. So we'll go to the panel and discussion now with the last, question. Probably, again, is like a 1 minute, right? I have a little more time. Okay, very good. The boss is saying that I have more time. So I have like 2 minutes probably for each of you. But again, all these things about like development is always, we tend to get captured in the Rolls Royce, right? So the question is, we don't want to go perhaps to the Cinquecento. We don't want to go to the Rolls Royce. We want to go in the middle, right? I mean, say, what is the incremental next step here, right? It feels that, again, this is a kind of like really hard to get everyone, talking about the same things, like, we're just saying, and create that momentum, and also with some of the political things of moments that will come in the next couple of months. So what is in each of you, the incremental step that we can take from here? So, and again, I think I see also Adama in FiCS can play a very important role in these things, in creating that roadmap, in helping, to get there, to get discipline and get us there, So Serge, starting with you.
Well, I think, again, one of the most important things is to reinforce the capital structure. This is one. Equity is naturally the most important level in the capital structure. Then the accessibility to debt is not fundamentally an issue. The other thing is we need to work more in the era where de-risking our respective portfolio is key. What I mean by de-risking, we have discussed this morning this question of guarantees, first loss, second loss guarantees. This is, from my standing point, this is one of the most modern ways of doing business today. I'm the one who is on the ground, who is in the intimacy of either the public or the private sector, so I know the reality of my business. Therefore, I think that benefiting from first loss guarantee for better rated institution than mine. I'm a Baa1 institution, but working with AAA institution, for me, it's a modern way of doing things, because I would rely on their balance sheet, but again, for a AAA institution, issuing first loss guarantee for the benefits of BOAD, where's the risk? Where's the risk? And on the ground, again, when you fund a project like, I don't know, a railway, a highway, whatever, and promote it with, well, this is a cooperation, illustration of the cooperation between France and X country. This is past. This is over. No one understands it. No one understands it. If you go and say, well, this project has been funded by BOAD, this is another story. Then I will deal with a AAA institution to de-risk my balance sheet. Our population on the ground would understand it. So from a political stance, yeah, it's a mutual benefit system. I do rely on it very much.
Very good, Serge. And again, I mean, the other thing is, obviously, on your leadership, also this point about like data and collecting that as we do those transactions, how we collect that data about that, right? Both at the institutional level, but also at the transaction level, so we can show that. Jan, can I go to you, right? You know, from your end, right? What is the incremental next step here, right? You mentioned some of them in your first interaction, but you know, it would be great to get your thoughts.
So when it comes to rating MDBs, I think that the next frontier is really data, the mother of all battles, in one specific area, which is now access to default and recovery data by originating entity. From a high-level perspective, from recoveries seem in Africa to be higher than what is normally the case in the private sector. But we need to back this with factual data, and we can only do that by having access to that data by originator. So for us, that's really the next frontier. One last point that I want to go back to, which is the rating above the sovereign, which is, you know, traditional analytical issue that we meet across all the asset classes that we rate. The point I'm going to make is to emphasize the importance of MDBs in that space to raise cheaper capital. It's very difficult to envisage a situation where a national development bank can be rated above the sovereign because it's a state-owned entity. It's usually regulated by the local supervisor, and so it's a very difficult case. But when you create an MDB, you've got a ring-fenced entity that sits above. Usually, you know, it's governed by treaties. There's not a single shareholder that dominates, and you can get to higher ratings. Very recently, we assigned ratings on the Africa Finance Corporation and the East African Development Bank, and both are A, which is a strong investment grade rating. So that's a perfect example on the critical role of MDBs to raise appropriate sources of funding.
Right. Very good, Jan. Thank you so much. Again, I will let's probably do offline a question about how the absence of default data, right, or the occurrence of the events affect our capacity to actually do that. But perhaps it's that I should have studied more statistics in college. But Philippe, to you, right? What is the incremental, you know, step also from your end, right? It seems that we again. We're having a couple of good steps across, right, from your perspective, and also the role of the private sector on that.
Yeah, I think we are faced with a systemic matter, right?
Right.
And nobody's perfect. I'm an engineer, so I'm a French engineer, which is awful. I mean, I'm joking. But for the reactions to happen, you need the right conditions of pressure and temperature, okay?
Yes.
And it's probably not the right way to have a full plan because it's, you know, you have different levels.
Right.
You have regulatory matters, you have standards, you have a number of issues. The only way is indeed what is doing finance in common, which is to create these platforms for at very local level. And there will be a higher level, and what is important is to put all this in motion.
Right.
Now, to get there, you have to connect, for instance, at local level, all the right players, right? And so you have the MDBs, you have the World Bank, you have everyone on the room, the business as well. Don't forget the business upstream in the process to really be embarked is very important. Now, I think what you said on data is critical. And we have an experience on the trade finance. We have a full data with all the banks. Yeah. So we follow the real defaults on trade finance. And what do we see? It's pretty minimal compared to expectations. We have to do exactly the same thing on project finance, and I commend what OECD has mentioned as well. So, because if you have all this in place, the pressure, you have data available, I think we can make some steps, right? And it will not be decided from the top, right?
Right. Excellent, very good. And I think, again, we need to start somewhere. And
ICC is
exactly. We need to start somewhere. I mean, we need to start, put the spark.
We have by the way, we have an experience on digitalization of trade globally.
Right.
It's an awful thing, very complex. Right. But if we can share our processes to make this happen with proper standards, pilot, and so on, so to take some lessons from this.
Very good.
Thank you.
I like it. Okay, we are getting somewhere here. Vera.
Two things I would say, and I think the first one is, Sidi was in the last panel with the new African financial architecture for development. I think one of the things that the private sector likes is simplicity and harmonization. And I think something that he's beginning to do is bring all of the private sector, the banks, the PDBs, the national development banks together to say, how can we standardize what we're doing? How can we make sure that when anybody comes in, what they hear from AFC is the same they hear from IFC, is the same they hear from Africa 50, and of course from BOAD. So I think that's the first thing that we can start doing, and the FiCS platform is very important for that, is give us what the rest of the world is looking for in terms of harmonization, and at least Africa can come together now. There is leadership around that to do that. The second thing is, unfortunately, what we see is, we've seen the GEMS database. Recovery rates for Africa are 70%. Recovery rates for the rest of the world are 45%. The risk perception has not changed.
Right.
Yeah. So these are the numbers. Second set of numbers is, we have in the Basel III regulation, if you are not an OECD country, capital requirement is 49%. If you're an OECD country, it's 25%. This is just a geographic definition. So if you happen, unfortunately, to be born outside of the OECD, the cost of capital, it doesn't matter how good you are financially, is higher. Right. I think these are simple things that we can at least begin to say, let's go back and look at them and change them.
I don't know how simple, but at least are things that we can identify, right? And then tackle, right? Very good. But again, I think my sense is there are a couple of already, if you can start, we start somewhere, we start with these 5 and then go there, right? And again, not everyone would move at the same time, right? At the same pace, but we can start showing those both at the institution and the product. Burkhard, you have the last word, right? So again, what is incremental pace? Again, I see NDBs really leading the way in many ways because they are more, sophisticated, and also they have a lot of more, again, established data on some of this stuff. So, what do you think is the incremental next step, also in the context of the world that EBRD is pushing?
God, there are many steps, right? It's always the question, what's the next step? I think MDBs like to stress that everyone is so special and different. That doesn't make things easier, right? And the drive to actually standardize, have a common approach on a number of things would actually help and add more credibility to the entire discussion. So I think that is, among MDBs, one big driver also when it comes to capital adequacy, just to have a common approach instead of stressing that everyone has a different approach.
Right.
Not helpful. The second one is, I think, the learning from our discussion with rating agencies, and more or less also now be more inclusive and not just have the discussion among MDBs, but actually expand the discussion to DFIs, and then also, let's say, other PDBs. So again, that there is also a learning. We learn from each other, and maybe there are things that, and then also smaller institutions can actually leverage. Yeah. So it's again, using the expertise and spread it out. And I think that's the other important thing. Invitation and encouragement to use GEMS. The more data we have in GEMS, the better it is. So make it easy. And they are also not just, let's say, and that's more for mobilization, not just focusing on risk. And this will be the first year where also some of the MDBs will actually feed also the return data into the database. Right. So we need to tell the full story of risk return and not just risk. Right? That's not attractive
my sense is that by doing that, if we get some wins, right, or we see that those things, then you're going to incentivize others to actually go and keep doing it, right? And then, again, it's all of the incentives, right? We don't need to move everyone at the same time, but I think, in the institutions and the project, I think at the product level also, Burkhard, you mentioned that before, and I think that really mounts. I think I have Samaria, you want to come in?
Yes, please.
Now I'm starting to run like thing on time, so
again, good morning, and thanks to FiCS for convening this. I think the point raised by Vera and the point raised by Admasu earlier are very important points to consider as we go into the G7 presidency for France. The fact that the data is so far from the reality is something that has to be looked at. This is not something that can be done at our level. It's something that has to be done at the leadership level. I think these are important points for consideration. We can't have a situation whereby the recovery rate in Africa is 70%, right, and in the rest of the world or in developed worlds is 45%, and then the capital allocation for Africa is 49%, and for OECD is 25%. Right. That is something that is simply not sustainable, and it's something that has to be specifically presented at the G7 presidency. Right. The second point, this issue of the SDRs, and we just need to know, should we stop hoping or there's hope?
Right. Okay, yeah, well, again, I need to, it's a good sandwich, I need to close. No, but I think, on your first point, I totally agree. I think, when we look at the data and this, we need to figure out how much data we can, obviously collect, but also what is the way out, right? Where the data, we believe, is not really reflecting the reality, and I think that is an issue, right? Anyway, I know we need to wrap this up. Again, it feels to me that it's more like a round table, right? And here, but it seems to me that this is the right, obviously, constellation of actors to start having this conversation. And the question is, can we start putting together a plan, right? With incremental next steps and be more disciplined around them, right? It seems that there's momentum and we have also the time, right? And again, G20 with the UK or all things that could actually capitalize on these things. And again, both from the NDB side, from commercial banks. So we have the right ones and the right ingredients. So we don't need to go for the Rolls Royce, but if we actually figure out the next 5 things that we need to tackle, I think also FiCS can help us to go there. So thank you so much to all of you, right, for that. And again, now I need to give the floor to Ms. Lesegina, right, for the next one. Where is it? All right. Okay, thank you so much.
So good morning. Yeah, do you hear me? Yes. Good morning. We're going to start the next session. I know I'm the only thing that is blocking you from the lunch times, but I would appreciate if we could continue the conversation. We had 2 great sessions this morning, one around systems, another one around regulation, and we added a country platform in all this discussion. I think as we are building Lego blocks, or the building blocks for this, we're going to go to the third session, which is around financial instrument. And more specifically, how can PDB use financial instrument to reduce cost of capital and actually crowd in private sector efficiently and catalytically. This session, I think, will not be about diagnosing the problems. It will be about showcasing products that have been created, how they work, what makes them work, what is the obstacle to allow them to scale, and what can we do all collaboratively to make sure that we can change the momentum and increase the scalability. We have an hour. I'm going to try to be as efficient as possible. We have the 4 of the most consequential, impactful development finance leaders to talk with us today. And I would like to invite them to join the stage. First, I would like to invite Mr. Ilan Goldfein, President of IDB. Then Ms. Laurie Kerr from FinDev Canada. Mr. Mark Diop, Managing Director of IFC. And Mr. Ambroise Fayol, Vice President of European Investment Bank. So before going and talking about the instrument, I think it's good to actually kind of pinpoint the problem. So I will start with Ilan. What is for you right now the biggest structural obstacle to reduce the cost of capital from your member countries?
So thank you for this session. It's really, really important. Thank you for all of you for this panel. It's an honor to be with you. I will say to your question, what is the obstacle? First, we need to mobilize more private capital. How do you do it? There is a perception that MDBs, Multilateral Development Bank, National Development Bank, public banks in general, should help de-risk. But what we actually do with financial instruments, and we have several of them, guarantees, debt swaps, different instruments that we have, blended capital, is redistribute risk. Somebody's absorbing this risk. And that's good, because if we redistribute risk in a smart way, we can also be able to attract overall more investment such that the development gaps are reduced. So even though we don't disappear with the risk, we redistribute this risk with financial instruments, we can actually get more resources. And that's very important. So that's one issue on financial instruments. But the other part we can never forget, which is the risk, which is the work of MDBs to reduce risks of our borrowing countries. By regulations, by reforms, by improving project execution, by improving institutions, where the overall risk of the country, and you can measure the risk by spreads, by ratings, when they really go down, that is where the borrowing cost really goes down. So 2 roles. 1, redistribute risk. We absorb, and we get more capital. And second, crucial, reduce risk for everybody. And that's the risk that we need to focus also.
Thank you for that. When we talk about distributing risk, more specifically, I would like to ask a question to Laurie. You launched the G7 Infrastructure Investment Council. It's a bit of a mouthful. It's a global platform and the first systemic framework for G7 DFI coordination with institutional investors to design and deploy financial instruments. Could you tell us a bit more about what is actually needed to crowd in institutional investor? And what are the key priorities of the council going forward?
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. It's really great to be here. And maybe for those who might be less familiar with FinDev Canada, since we're the newest DFI on the block, we're Canada's bilateral DFI. We invest alongside the private sector, both domestic and international, to support sustainable and inclusive growth in emerging markets. We work alongside our much larger multilateral development bank partners, but together with like BII, we're a really important part of the system.
You're one of them.
We are, indeed we are. We're a very integral and important part of the system. So last year under Canada's G7 presidency, we coordinated the Development Finance Institution workstream. And one of the deliverables was the launching of the G7 Infrastructure Investment Council. And so what is this? It brings together, as you said, in sort of the first systematic way, the power of the G7 DFIs with institutional investors with an eye to accelerate infrastructure investment in emerging markets. We brought together 12 of the largest infrastructure owners, infrastructure asset managers, again, to try and look at how we can increase private sector investment in infrastructure. There's two things that really guide the work that we're doing. One is to information exchange and to get to know the bilateral DFI partners better, how we can enable the private sector investment. And the second is really focusing on design and deploy. We're really looking to have a practical and pragmatic approaches. FinDev Canada is chairing the council for the first 3 years, and the first year work plan has been developed, and it's really been driven by the investor members. And there's 4 things that we're focusing on. The first one is trying to provide coherence around blended finance structures. The second is convergence or harmonization around reporting requirements across the DFIs to decrease friction in the system and address some of the pain points for investors. The third is the role of the bilateral DFIs in originate to share pathways for private capital mobilization. And the fourth one, the last one, is around supporting a policy loop back to the G7 governments on policies and regulations that can enable private sector investment. The second part of your question was around what's needed both by investors or what are some of the obstacles. I think some of the response to this question we see actually in the work, the work program of the Investment Council, the Infrastructure Investment Council, and actually we heard a lot about it today. So I guess the good news is that we're on the same page based on all the conversations that we've had today as well as other convenings. The first I would say is, choosing when to be boring and when to innovate. So what we know is, I think development finance right now is really wrestling with this tension of innovation versus sort of standardized, replicable models that the private sector understands. Now, I don't want to beat up on innovation because I know we all like to innovate, but I guess in this environment, if there's one message, is that clarity trumps complexity. So I think that's one thing that we're hearing from the private sector. The second, and we've heard it several times today, is data. So the billions to trillions dream has been stalled by, among other aspects, the inflated risk perceptions around emerging markets. What does the data reveal? So Vera shared some interesting data points. In infrastructure alone, there's a 10 to 27% capital penalty for non-OECD infrastructure compared to OECD infrastructure. That's from the 2024 high-level expert group on climate finance. And I think, as Vera had said, this reflects a geographic bias than really risk-based criterion, and it's really penalizing for emerging markets. The GEMS database, we heard a little bit about that. The GEMS database is an excellent progress in getting more data there. The next frontier, I think, is harnessing private data as well. So that's the second one. The third one, and we heard about this again today, is domestic resource mobilization. So with ODA and international capital flows shrinking, domestic capital can play a much larger role. And in many countries, the local savings pools haven't been deployed to the extent that they can be. And when domestic investors do participate, it's 2 things that are really important. One is it is bringing local currency, which is really addressing one of the fundamental sort of economic and risks related to infrastructure investments of foreign exchange. And the second is that it really sends a powerful signal to international investors when domestic capital is willing to invest locally. And then the last point, I think, around some of the challenges, and it's reflected in the work plan of the Infrastructure Investment Council, is around harmonization of reporting, right? And again, how can we, as a system, and we're starting with the bilateral DFIs, how can we really decrease that friction, that rub in the system to make things as easy as possible for investors?
Thank you for that. And I join you on the simplicity versus innovation. From the private sector, sometimes we see a lot of term, catalytic premium, catalytic risk, that are a bit outside of any discussion that we have in the financial sector or banking sector. So aligning a bit more into what the private sector actually does, especially if the idea is to code them in, would be very important. And talking about the private sector, I have Maktar with me from IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. And so the main question is, what is holding capital back? Honestly, what is holding capital back? And what are the key factors that makes financial instrument effective and catalytic for private investors? And I will add a sub-question in there, because everybody's been talking a lot about the guarantee. So there is a PDB guarantee hub that's been co-designed by MIGA, NDC, Financing Common, and IDFC. How can a tool like the PDB guarantee hub can be used to actually support more private sector development?
No, thank you very much, and I'm so glad to be with Ilan, Fleury, and Ambroise, friends that I've been working with for many years. And just to start to say a big thank to Remy, who has been really leading this effort, and who is leaving IFD. And I must say that he has been a transformative leader of IFD, and I want all of us to recognize it. And myself, having worked very closely with him all this year, I can see the leadership he has brought in this agenda. I think that part of the answers that you are giving have already been given by Ilan and Larry, but let me just really emphasize a few points. Actually, a couple of years ago, the president of the World Bank Group, Ajay Banga, put together what we call the PSIL. Ilan is a member of it. And your prime minister was the first one who was co-chairing this private sector investment lab, and which really gives it a very interesting dimension. And what the question asked to people was, what will it take to have all these captains of industries, people who are investors in a G7 country, to put their money in emerging market? And a few elements came up, and they have been mentioned by Ilan and Larry. One of them is a regulatory framework, the fact that in countries there is a high level of uncertainty, and there is a regulatory framework which is not conducive to private sector investment. The second one was to be able to bring more data, the GEMS data initiatives that we developed with EIB, Ambroise, and colleagues, and which aiming just to show the reality a little bit, because the perception of risk by the market is not commensurate with the real risk that we are facing in those countries. So it was to shed some light. We have done already it from credit. Now we are looking at equity. So that will be the next phase of providing data. And if you combine it to what we have, which is a be-ready analysis, we have now more and more information that can give more confidence to investors to go to those countries. And when you talk about institutional investors, when you talk to them, they tell us that below $1 billion, they're not interested in investing in countries. So it calls us to securitization. That's why we are doing with Sumaila. We are talking to African institutional investors to see how we can work with them around building some asset class which are interested for them. The third one was they needed guarantee, and my colleague Junaid is there. And there is a new initiative. In the past, we used to have a lot of guarantee things scattered around the World Bank Group. We decided to put everything under one unified guarantee platform, which is led by MIGA, our guarantee branch. And most of the time, our product was supporting the World Bank Group interventions, either public or private. Now, we have decided to extend it to all DFIs and all institutions. So that will have a larger impact, and that's what at the essence of these new facilities that we are preparing, is to be able to open it to the private, to other MDBs, and to be able to leverage them better. BIGA is doing very well. They have a stretch target to do up to 20 billion of guarantee between 2030, but I understand that they will reach it much sooner. So this is good news. And I'm sure that our President Ajay Banga will give them another stretch target. But this is what is happening currently. The third element, you talked about it, is local currency. People wanted to address these issues. IFC now is doing 35% of our lending is in local currency. And I think that we have a good opportunity with Finance in Common to work on this agenda, because the national banks who are here, development banks, are sitting on a lot of liquidity on local currency. So working together and being able to use the fact that we have dollar-denominated assets and them, they have a local currency in their balance sheet, how we can leverage them to do more local currency and reduce the exchange rate risks that are faced in investing in our countries. Third is equity. Equity is rare, is risky, is difficult to have, and not everybody can do equity. So we have in our strategy, IFC, which we call IFC 2030, renew interest in equity, and we will be doing equity. But what is changing is that now we are ready to take junior position in the stack. That's what the private sector was asking us. They say, how we can help us to be more aggressive on equity in the markets, and we said a way of doing it is to take the first loss, to be a junior position, so that we can mobilize the market. The last point that I just wanted to make is that all this will require capital market development, and I think with BOAD, I see Serge here, we are working also in the West African context in the capital market development, because at the end of the day, all these will require a capital market development to be able to mobilize more resources. Just a couple of numbers to end. 3 years ago, IFC was mobilizing $1 for $1 invested. Today, we will be reaching 1 to 3. But this is good, but this is not where we want to go. We want to go in a much larger level of mobilization. We will change totally the way IFC is working. And I see Vera Zongo is there. There's some things that we have discussed many years ago, is how to better leverage our balance sheet and increase the velocity of use of our balance sheet. So moving forward, we will be originating a lot of resources, host them on our balance sheet for a short time, and offload it quickly to the market, partially or totally. That will be really the thinking. It means that we need to be together working on originating more deals, and already we have a first issuance and securitization with IDB and other colleagues. We will be a $500 million where we originated, we securitize, and we are putting it to the market. We are having a second issuance of $500 million in these coming days. So this is moving. But the philosophy is that our balance sheet will not be the one that will be financing mainly directly investment, but we're using it with a higher velocity to guarantee, to mobilize, to host partially assets that will be originated and distributed to the big player. Therefore, listening to them very carefully on what they need to be able to do that will be one of our important tasks, and collectively we can do it. And we are building currently the private sector councils in each country, which will be a kind of feedback loop and allow us to move from de jure to de facto, because things on paper are beautiful often, but in reality, in futurity, they are less beautiful, and that's what we need to capture and act upon.
Thank you. Having products that are fit for purpose, that's great. You talked a lot about collaboration and a bit about guarantee, but I would like to focus on guarantee because it was kind of like one of the themes that was going through all the panel today. So Ambroise, EIB has been on the forefront of deploying guarantee through instruments like EFSD Plus and other EU initiatives. So what are the lessons that can be drawn by EIB experience to implement this guarantee mechanism, especially to reduce the cost of capital? And how could collaboration across institutions through FiCS or others could work to further the impact?
I'll try to be brief. And many thanks for the invitation to EIB for this big event. First, I would like to say that we have one specificity at EIB in this home. We can work with all institutions because we are active, and most of what we do is within the European Union. but we also do every year 10% out of the 100 billion euros that we do outside Europe. So, and actually we do guarantees both inside and outside. Inside, we do them to help, for example, institutions like BPI France, KfW, or others, to develop their own priorities, to innovation for startups or renewable energy projects. So we guarantee them to give them some capital relief, basically. Outside the EU, we can do two things. We use EU guarantees from the European Commission, and that allows us to make much better terms to our partners than what we would do otherwise. And, for example, the length of the interest rate or whatever. And what we can do also is combine the guarantee from the European Commission with our own lending, private sector lending in more complex structures. So which are the lessons that we draw from our years of being active in this? I would start by saying, and we have a recent example that shows it, this is a good way and an efficient way to address the question of market gaps. And we have launched last Friday the GGBI. GGBI is the Global Green Bond Initiative. It's an initiative that brings together, it's an initiative from Team Europe, that brings together a very big guarantee from the European Commission with equity from financial institutions that are public for 1 billion euros, be them EIB, EBRD, or development financial institutions like GDP or Proparco or others, and bring also 2 billion euros of private capital to have 3 billion euros of capital that will be able to raise 20 billion of projects that are linked to green bonds. Green bonds are very important in advanced economies, and what we see is they are much less developed in less advanced economies. And that's something that we would help by basically helping developing countries to put in place the right legal framework, and then buy bonds, green bonds, to make sure that we can contribute to the launch of this market and help finance projects that would have a strong component of renewable energy or energy efficiency, etc. I mean, this is a structure where you combine guarantees with other financial support. That is very, very interesting. The second thing that we see is it helps bring in local financial institutions. And this is what we do in Africa in particular, where we don't have any network. But what we do is we give guarantees or we give better terms to local financial institutions for them to lend in what we think is important, especially support SMEs or greening the economy or greening the financial system, whatever. And the third thing that it brings is flexibility. When you give a guarantee, you can also attach to that more flexible terms than what you have in other schemes. Now, that being said, I would stress what my colleagues have said and what other speakers have said this morning in what I have heard, which is all this turn around the issue of the importance of partnerships. And partnerships to help to do in particular two things. One is deal with the big question of data. Magna was referring to GEMS. I mean, I'm very pleased that GEMS is considered a very useful instrument by rating agencies themselves. But it is true that when you look at the risk you take when you support projects, you finance projects in different parts of the world, what you see when you have data is that Africa is not the risk that you have the perception it is outside. And the second thing that we try to develop, and we do that in the group of MDBs in particular, is try to put yourself in the shoes of those who receive financing. And if you do that, you see that what you need is more what we call to rely on each other. So we have developed mutual reliance initiatives on procurement in particular, but it can be also more general, so that when one institution appraises a project, it does that on behalf of the others. I mean, it is more efficient. It is also much less time constraining for those who receive the money. And that's also, to me, this is certainly as important, if not more, as the use of guarantees.
And thank you for that. I think it's really important, especially when you are one of the recipients as a financial institution or private sector from a multiple DFI, to not have to do 50 due diligence for the 50 DFIs and have one source, because the idea is to focus on the business and not to focus on raising funds perpetuity. And the other element I wanted just to mention on guarantee, and I go back to the regulation, I think it's really important that when guarantee are structured, that there is a discussion between whatever NDBs, PDBs are structuring and the local regulator, because not all guarantees are equal in front of the regulators, and so they have an impact on the risk-weighted assets, because some guarantees are not recognized as such. So there really is a need to make a link between whatever you're structuring, the regulator, the private sector, and more document with the people that have the local boots on the ground. And to extend talking about these boots on the ground, I would like to add two additional views to the discussion on two different approaches that are more local based. And I'm looking for Daniel West, CEO of CDB. And talking about, to reflect a bit about the first question and the answer from Ilan, can you share what of the financial innovation that your organization structured to help lower the cost of capital? And what are the key insights, the key lessons that you can share with us from someone who's working on in-region?
Yeah, thank you so much, and I want to thank Remy and the FiCS team and my brother Adama for having the Caribbean Development Bank here to share some of the financial instruments that we have been using. And I'll start perhaps with our first ever exposure exchange agreement, which we executed last year to the tune of US $450 million, which was the first non-AAA transaction of its kind with another regional MDB, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, to actively reduce concentration within our sovereign portfolio. Chair, in a single year, this transaction reduced our top 5 borrower concentration ratio from 61% to 38% without any new shareholder capital injection. So our limitation was indeed not demand nor risk appetite, but concentration rules. And EEAs directly relaxed that constraint and translated immediately into new lending capacity. And for a small multilateral development bank like CDB with 19 borrowing member countries and a balance sheet of just over $2 billion, the significance of having tight constraints on lending cannot be overstated. Building on that and continuing to look at how we treat with our balance sheet, we are actively developing a $200 million portfolio, first loss portfolio guarantee instrument to reduce credit risk with the government of Canada as the counterparty. And I'm pleased to note, Chair, here that even as we speak, the technical team from the government of Canada is in Barbados finalizing the details of that portfolio credit guarantee, which, as a first loss guarantee, is expected to free somewhere between 300 to 400 million in lending capacity for the Caribbean Development Bank to our borrowing member countries. Sticking on the asset side, together with the Inter-American Development Bank, the World Bank and Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, or CAF, We are actively working to structure a multi-guarantor debt for resilience transaction. And why is this significant? It addresses a core challenge for us in the Caribbean. Chair, high debt burdens and extreme climate vulnerability are mutually reinforcing for the Caribbean. And by leveraging guarantees from our fellow MDBs and private sector partners, this initiative will create the fiscal space for resilience investment without adding new debt to our borrowing member countries. In other words, our borrowing member countries will be allowed to invest in resilience before disaster strikes, as opposed to what has obtained recently, which is on the back end of disasters. And so the objective is really quite straightforward, but yet significantly impactful for the Caribbean. Reduce borrowing costs, extend maturities, and generate fiscal space without increasing net debt. And so working with IDB, CAF, and the World Bank is of paramount importance to what we're delivering. There are a few others I can mention, but in the interest of time, I'll move past them. I would, however, want to touch on the contingent capital facility instrument that we are actively designing. In June 2025, we launched a pilot to design a contingent capital facility. And just to share a little bit about that, it is a standardized MDB loss absorbing instrument intended to qualify as Tier 2 capital. The Phase 1 feasibility was completed in September of last year, and generic contractual templates will be shared across the MDB system by October of this year. And the facility essentially will provide a structured framework through which highly rated shareholders may formally commit to inject capital only if an objective financial trigger is breached within clearly defined stress scenarios. And the objective is to strengthen our financial resilience by ensuring that capital support is contractually available precisely when it is needed most, while protecting, of course, our rating. So, Chair, taken together, these instruments are being brought under our overall strategic plan and long-term risk strategy of originate to transfer, positioning the bank as a catalyst and anchor for private capital mobilization while consciously leveraging our balance sheet. And I could come in at another point and speak about the importance of working together, but also the importance of the rating agencies buying in to all that we're doing. But I'll stop there for now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. What I like is that your experience showcases really what collaboration is all about, having NDB on the ground, then know the reality, and then work with the whole ecosystem to try to bring solutions that are fit for purpose. Another example, I'm looking for Mr. Hun Kim from AIAB. There's been a lot of discussion around infrastructure. I know that Botumelo mentioned the importance of infrastructure, especially for Africa. And I know that AIB has been pioneering an approach to mobilize private capital, especially the Bayfront Infrastructure Management Platform and the Infrastructure Securitization Initiative. And that joined a bit the idea of working with institutional investors and trying to gather big tickets enough to be able to attract them. Can you, from your perspective, how can securitization and portfolio-based risk transfer mechanism help reduce the cost of capital, especially in emerging markets, where we already heard, especially in Africa, that the cost is biased towards the higher level? And how could this model be replicated to other national development banks? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I enjoy talking about Bayfront, but I'll try to be brief. So like other MDBs, AIB has been trying to mobilize more private capital for infrastructure in emerging economies. And you would all agree that there are two ways of doing this, not on a retail base, but on a more wholesale basis. You know, retail meaning project by project. Yeah. So for scale up, we all say, what is the wholesale approach? Then we are trying to do two ways. One is also call this one design and to distribute, yeah? Everybody is talking about it. Another one is design distribute is MDB's design and distribute. Another one is commercial bank design, and MDB's recycle it. So Bayfront is the latter one. Our job is recycle. So AIB role has been catalytic. We partnered with the Clifford Capital and then established the Bayfront as a dedicated platform. And then the securitize and issue bond. And we also acted as initial anchor investors, you know, the first one. First issuance, we acted as a anchor investment. The question is, was it successful? Was it repeatable? Was it scalable? But I can say with confidence, yes. So the Bayfront experience demonstrated that AIIB's role in supporting the early stage, this is important, early stage development of an innovative infrastructure securitization platform. And Bayfront has since become one of the most established infrastructure, the asset-backed securitization platform in Asia, and remains as a visible demonstration platform for this purpose. What I mean is the model has become successful enough to the point where repeated issuances are consistently oversubscribed. So we committed anchor investment role several times, but over time it appears that our role is disappearing. And to the point that now our role is only needed what is called sustainability tranches, you know. Other issues, including all kinds of infrastructure, are subscribed by private sector. So I would say this is repeatable and scalable. Finally, whether this has helped the contributed to reduce the cost, I cannot say too confidently, but once it will be the gain will be from efficiency gains, you know. So we would say if you make something like a more transparent, efficient, less friction, then maybe spread may go down, and this way I think we can contribute to this. So for the lesson for Public Development Bank is that mobilization is not just only about bringing private capital into one project at financial close. This example is about building conditions, market creation, you know, that allow private capital to participate repeatedly. So that means platform, standards, disclosure, track record, and MDBs can lead this way and show, and PDBs also can use this experience. Thank you.
Thank you. You enter to kind of the next phase of the scalability, and I think it would be an important question to know: is it originate to distribute, or is it recycling that works better depending on the market? And I think it's a question that should ever been discussed further. Let me check. I think we can have one question, maybe two, but yeah, we can. So yes.
Thank you so much. Anton Leis, I'm the head of the Spanish Development Agency. We're a traditional agency, but we have a financial arm that is growing. I was checking what's the definition of a system, and the AI tells me it's an organized set of interconnected components or parts acting together to form a complex, unified whole design to achieve a specific goal or function. Let's be clear, we haven't been a system. We work, and often we work together. And I think, Remy, glad that you are in the room to get the credit, to add my praise as well. I think FiCS is an attempt of the system to build itself. And we have bad news on the side of ODA, and we manage ODA, and we're sad about it. But the amount of innovation that the scarcity has created is significant. And I also commend the big MDBs in the panel because they be leading by example. In the spring meetings, we got good news from the World Bank on co-financing fees. We are working less for each of us, we need to see our balance sheets, our operations as opportunities to leverage more. Ambroise was mentioning GBBI. We are part of it. We invested 100 million. It's 100 million of Spanish taxpayer money ultimately through our, our investment in this. That is going to, and the key figure here is the 20 million in sustainable projects that we will be delivering. 20, sorry? Billion, sorry. I'm cold, so million, billion, yeah. So it is truly significant. So what is it that, so all this gloom and doom is there, but there is a lot of stuff that is being done and an attempt to really bring everyone together. And there is a lot of added value here because we are moving from a donor-recipient relationship into one that is true partnership. And in particular, the national development banks of Global South countries are absolutely crucial to resolve issues like the local currency that you mentioned. So I think fragmentation is there, but we need to go about it. Three key ideas. We need to change the modus operandi, mutual reliance, co-financing. This is more the first panel, but on JEFIC is a good example. And we're trying to see with the EIB how we can do more together as Team Europe. On de-risking and leverage, let's be also clear, we need the concessional resources too. Guarantees can play a role, but we do a lot of impact investment. We are seeing a lot of interest from Spanish banks and financial institutions to invest in emerging markets, but they're asking for risk mitigating measures, first loss, TA, and so on. So we need that, and we need to see how we... And Alexander De Croo was mentioning us, like, go upstream, go beyond the projects. I think that's true, and I think GBBI is, again, a new example on how we can create demand for certain products that are not there. And green bonds, and bonds more generally, deepening capital markets in Global South countries is absolutely crucial.
Thank you. Last question. I think I saw somewhere...
Thank you. Olola Vieira from the Global Green Growth Institute. We're based in intergovernmental organization based in Seoul, Korea. We'd like to thank the FiCS Finance in Common for the platform and for inviting us. I think my question is more also coming from, I would say, government point of view or multiple government point of view, because we are mainly supporting 55 member countries in articulating some of the priorities into making sure there is an adjustment and an interest, right, into accelerating the finance and mobilization. And what we've seen recently and what we've started to articulate in collaboration with the GCF, with the climate platform, has been the climate finance unit implementation in the ministries of finance, right? The issue that we see is that, yes, there is financial instruments, yes, there is regulation, yes, there are different instruments, but there is no common understanding or common, I would say, facilitation of the tools or the criteria for governments to quickly grasp and be able to mobilize what is already there, right? So we know that ODA is shrinking, so there is also an importance in terms of recalibrating some of the support that countries can develop. But my question is, how can we, and we have here all the, I would say, the leaders in the finance world, how can we make sure that there is a co-developed and standardized, very much standardized, aimed at facilitating tools, right, for government to access those alternative finance, because we are mostly focusing on sustainable finance and climate finance. And I heard previously from the BOAD, the work on capital market, that is a growing tool in terms of, facilitating that. But how can we very much keep on standardizing those instruments so that it can be easily and facilitated for government to mobilize their finance? Thank you.
Ooh, that's a question about harmonization, capital market, a bit the whole architecture somehow. So I think, Len?
I think that's a very good question. Why do we need standardization? Why do we need, because I think that our member countries, they do need streamline. They don't have sometimes the capacity to deal with all these different actors. So on one hand, we try to work as a system, and that was the comment here. And FiCS has been a very important tool. Also between MDBs, we were talking about it. We sometimes have mutual reliance agreements, and with the World Bank, we will be having a full mutual reliance, which means that if you deal with us, then we can lead, and the World Bank will follow, and if you deal with the World Bank, we will follow, and that will make it much easier to do. But the standardization goes beyond that. It means that if we want to do what Magda mentioned, which is we originate, but we don't stay with it in the portfolio. If we want to create a market, it is much easier, and we know how markets are created, when these underlying assets are not completely different and heterogeneous. So some uniformity you need to be able to sell it once you originate. And the more we can sell it, the more we can originate. And the more we can originate, we can leverage to actually finance more when ODA and other resources are shrinking. So that question that seems very technical, which is standardization, goes all the way to solve our gap issues in development.
Yeah, but so if you go back before,
just to add on the point, because I think Ilan made a very, very important point, and we see it in practice. Why it's difficult not to securitize some of type of assets? Because all projects, the way they are defined, they are very specific and they're very idiosyncratic, and you cannot go to the market and say, I want to securitize and syndicate a product like a school built here and there, which are totally heterogeneous product. You need to bring that homogeneity, and the point that he's making. But I think that also we are very lucky to have Ilan in the group of BIS, because as a former governor of the central bank, he have seen in practice also what the capital market want to say. And I think I want to highlight the way that he did in Brazil as an open market, open banking, which was very important to do that. But I think that as Remy is here, maybe one of the next phase of the FiCS will be to focus on 2-3 issues. One of them is that what are the regulatory issues that needs to be dealt across. We talk about regulation in each country, but there is the big regulation around Basel. That's why it's happened, it started. So when discussed in the PSIL, we saw a certain number of things that could be discussed in the context of Basel III. And I think that's very important if you want to take the mobilization to the next level. The second one is to really see in terms of regulation how the work that we're doing on GEMS is affecting the ways rating agencies are doing their work. We have already seen an impact of it with MIGA. MIGA has lowered to B-, but also by having more information on the GEMS, so that the rating agencies now are looking at the balance sheet differently. That's the second element of it. The third, and this is something that also I would like to suggest, is that there is a lot of knowledge in this group. We are not curating it maybe enough, and there is a way maybe to curate it in the next phase to bring all these innovations that we hear from the Caribbean, from every part of the world, to be organized in sections so that people can have an idea of what are the main innovations across the world in this group which are happening by type of issues. So this is kind of things that will be helping us maybe in the next phase of the conversation. And once again, Remy, thank you for your great leadership for FiCS, and it's been really, you have made really your mark in history by bringing all these important people around the table to discuss the future development. Thank you for your contribution.
No, because before, I would like Ambroise and Laurie point of view on that point, because my understanding was, okay, there are a lot of product, the multilateral doing their role, but what has been done to help countries, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Environment, whatever, structure, having a system, an harmonization system, to them to know what is green, so when they arrive with project, they have the framework and they can use it to be able to issue green bonds or whatever other bonds. So that's where I go back, I ask Ambroise and Laurie, and I think that Daniel, if you want to intervene also after, but first Ambroise.
I mean, it's very much in line with what Anton has said. A good part of the initiative, the Green Bond Initiative, is to accompany the authorities in a given country, and 20% at least has to be in least developed countries, and 20% has to be in local currency. To accompany them, to put in place a framework that will allow investors to come saying, okay, it is not greenwashing, this is really going to be green projects that we are going to finance. And that is one initiative. There are others as well. Greening the financial system was mentioned this morning. It's also a very important one. I mean, there are a lot of initiatives that can help and actually also use experiences that we can have in other geographies to help the authorities put in place the right regulation or the right conditions for the development of the green bond market. On that market, what I'm convinced of is that there is absolutely zero reason to see such a market being developed in advanced economies and not in middle income and least developed countries. So that's the way I would see it. The other point I wanted to make is, and actually it goes with project preparation, which is an important part that we all share, but that is also going to play a bigger role because there is also less ODA, and we need to make a better use of resources that we always speak about scarce resources, but they are now really scarce. So we really need to make more efforts to make sure that what we do is helpful to the partners that we have in other countries. And from that standpoint, everything that we can do, and it has been really developing in recent years, to do mutual reliance, to do co-financing, to etc., is something that will help the authorities because we help them. I mean, I was a mission chief for the IMF years ago. I have seen the Minister of Finance being occupied the whole day receiving delegations, having their own ways of looking at issues which were the same, having their own conditions, having their own etc. The more you can streamline that and rely on one institution doing the work for others, the more you are really helping in the ground the countries to have more time to do their real job.
So, Laurie, if I may, I'm going to ask Daniel, and then I'm going to give you the two last questions as a follow-up. So maybe Daniel first?
Sure, thank you. Just very quickly, I really want to thank the participant for that question. I served for about a year and a half as Senior Infrastructure and Development Advisor to the current Prime Minister of Barbados. And the point being made by EAB here is very relevant. The level of fragmentation and the pressure on small island developing states to respond to all of the various instruments that we speak here. Everything that we've discussed here today, I mean, is great, and I really do commend FiCS. But these instruments are fabulously complex to design. When we speak about designing the multi-guarantor debt facilities, etc., small island developing states with tremendously intense competing priorities don't have the capacity in terms of risk structuring, finance structuring, legal and regulatory frameworks to respond to all this. Now, you structure that in a context of the Caribbean where we have 19 borrowing member countries with 19 different regulations. Trying to pull all of these things together it makes for great sound bites in rooms like this. But actually implementing them, and so this is why, for instance, the multi-guarantor debt facility, the Prime Minister of Barbados pulled in my dear friend Ilan, myself, and the two other MDB presidents and say, you four need to work together to come up with a system that will reduce vulnerabilities of our country without increasing the debt burden. For a small MDB like CDB, that is very important because we can now leverage the experience of our larger counterparts. And that scales to our small island developing states as well, not just for small MDBs. In the absence of rapid standardization and scaling, delivering on these solutions will remain costly and slow. So I really want to commend the question, and I would urge us to continue to view these things not through necessarily our individual lenses, but through the lenses of the most vulnerable, which are the small island developing states on the front lines of this development conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The importance of customer by design, start with the end in mind. So, Laurie, do you want to give your point of view on the question? And then I'll ask you also the last question for the group before.
I think I forgot the question at this point. I've been so mesmerized by everybody's interventions, but...
No, it was about what can we do to help countries on the ground to be able to harmonize, create the structure, to be able to issue green bonds, because you don't necessarily have the time or the knowledge of all these complex products. So as you mentioned, not about harmonization, I thought that would be...
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think I really want to pull on some of the threads that have been mentioned already. And Danielle, I really appreciate what you've said and others. I think, you know, given where we are with this, you know, rupture, as my Prime Minister has said, sort of like the change in the whole development finance system right now, it's a real opportunity to reorder. I think one is, you know, we need to put the markets that we're serving as number one. Second, then we need to put private capital sort of as number two. And third, how can all of us who are public money really enable the private capital to flow into the markets that we're serving? And it's going to mean different things for each of us. Those, you know, the multilaterals that deal with both sovereign as well as private sector, those of us that deal more with private sector. But how can we line ourselves up, innovate, and I know I said I didn't like the word innovate, but how can we, you know, decrease the friction between us so that we can then serve private capital to be able to serve the market? So that's harmonization, that's decreasing complexity. Again, I think simplicity over complexity, clarity over complexity. But there's so much friction up until this point in the system between us, amongst us, across us, and there's been huge advances, you know, with the mutual reliance, with the GEMS, with all of this. So FiCS is a wonderful umbrella and framework that brings us all together. And there's also sort of subpools of actors that we're doing different things together that we can share those lessons learned, whether it's the lab at the World Bank group, whether it's what's been done between some multilateral development banks, what we're doing in the Infrastructure Council with the G7 DFIs in the private sector. Many of these things can be brought to bear to be able to provide those lessons learned and those innovations at a small scale to be able to be leveraged.
Thank you. And last question, because now I know that we don't have a lot of time. Last question that I'm going to ask the panel. Sorry, we don't have any more time. We were able, thanks to Anama, to extend a bit our debate. So for all the panelists, and I'll start with Laurie, if there were one step. We can take a last one? Okay. Sorry. So we continue? Oh, okay. Okay. So please go ahead, ask your question, and then after, yes.
Thank you. I'm Joshua from the Bern Union, so trade finance, non-concessional side. So in the interest of collaboration, I thought I'd just share some insight of our industry with that 70% recovery rate figure mentioned earlier. When we look at our medium long-term guarantees, so this is fully comprehensive political and risk cover, majority of that to EMDEs, but also the least developed countries. We find a similar thing. So we find a rate of 76% recoveries to claims. This isn't a recoveries ratio, but I understand we have a similar experience in our industry.
Thank you. Continue taking question. So there was a lady behind who was already raising her hand. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm Christina Tura. I work for GSG Impact. We're a nonprofit organization, but I guess I'm one of the people representing the private sector in this room. So basically, we represent 50 countries that have national multi-stakeholder institutions that are comprised of business people, people who represent the supply chain of capital and other market builders. And I just want to highlight, well, first of all, thank the FiCS for organizing this event and for the different panels that have really showcased the progress that has been made in different conversations. For us, the concept of domestic capital mobilization is a really important one. And so we want to work with different actors along the chain in different countries to make that happen. And so in terms of knowledge development, one of the things that we've done in previous years is to create a report around SME mobilization. So how can we work with DFIs to help DFIs already kind of do what they do already well, but more of it in a more strategic way so that they can do what we would call secondary mobilization better with the funds that they invest in and the banks that they invest in. And additionally, also a toolkit called Invest that is dedicated to helping banks expand their SME lending portfolios. And specifically, we work with our local partners that are these multi-stakeholder institutions in various countries. And specifically, I want to highlight two examples of perhaps innovations that could be replicated with this community. So Ghana has launched 75 million fund of funds with some development partners actually in the room. And that fund of fund is very interesting because it is there to build a market. It is there to build the intermediary market with VCs and PEs that then are able to invest smaller ticket sizes for impact in the country. And 30% of the fund is a catalytic capital layer. 70% is coming from domestic pension funds in local currency. So that's one innovation. And the second is a credit guarantee facility built by our partners with the Central Bank of Zambia. It's a 180 million credit guarantee scheme enabling the local banks to expand their portfolios, especially to agricultural SMEs. So I just want to say this is an invitation to collaborate and to really kind of build the bridges between the public and the private sector in the different countries to work on regulations, but also to work on this question of origination and supporting local ecosystem players to create the deals and the pipeline that you want to see.
Thank you. I think there was one person that was looking for a long time. It will be the last intervention, and then I'll ask the last question to the panel. No?
Thank you very much. Carlo Rossotto, I'm the Development Cooperation Director at Italy's CDP, Italy's Development Bank. And I have a question for the panel, which comes from the comment that Junaid made in the morning, that the heavier reliance on financial market instruments may increase the correlation of risks and maybe reduce the counter-cyclical role of development finance. And as instruments to mitigate it, on one hand, the decision of the World Bank to reduce and cancel the co-financing fees, a comment on that one, that enables better flow of capital at lower cost. And second, a lot of the technical assistance that is available today does not go to effective project preparation. If we mutualize technical assistance and focus on project preparation, we can maybe de-risk some of the existing and emerging risks, and if we can comment on that.
Oh, Mactan?
It's good to see colleagues. So that on the fee, this is a discussion which is ongoing. This is a discussion which is currently happening. So I cannot say more, but it's that spirit of what you said. So it will be. I will also to a little bit revisit the issues of project preparation. Okay, having been on both sides of the table, I think that the fundamental pipeline will come from a country's capacity to build a project. We are only here to facilitate and kick off the project process, but I don't believe fundamentally that the mass quality project we've come from donors coming and helping you here, helping you that. You need to build systems in country which can generate properly. I experienced it myself, and I saw that when you build the right institution, when you have the right policy commitment, and you have, technical support in the specific issues, you can build that pipeline. But I just want to be clear, because we talk a lot about project preparation, but we don't talk about institutional building to be able to reach to that goal. So I think that's a very important point that maybe we might want to think about. And I will be, really, if I want to emphasize something, is capital market development. Capital market development, capital market development. It happens that a long time ago, 25 years ago, we did, in my own country, the first sovereign rating besides South Africa in Africa. It was the first time it happened. And after it was repeated in many countries. And at that time, the idea was to say how to signal to the market the quality of the signature of my country. Because we had a lot of countries which are programmed with IMF and the World Bank, and people didn't know the difference between different countries, how the balance sheet was solid. And that was an instrument. The idea was to show to the market what it is. Actually, I think that because the work of MDBs has been so focused on the public sector, we've been able to support these kind of things. And actually, we are just catching up in terms of doing the same with the private sector, role of our different institutions. Because what we are doing with the GEMS is to do something similar, to signal to the market the real risk attached to a country. We're trying to address asymmetry information between the reality in our country and others. And this is really needed to be done in an accelerated way. Because today, the big money that we need to develop the country will come from the private sector. So for me, capital market development, work with institutional investors locally and internationally, brings information asymmetry. And we talked a lot about MDB, but we didn't talk about the countries. It takes two to tango. So we need also to have, in that process, also a mutual, not mutual reliance, obviously, but mutual accountability as well. And that brings me to the truth. Things are beautiful on paper, and in practice, people don't believe that they need to support the private sector and put a lot of hurdle in it. We need also to use this forum to be able to surface that issues. Lastly, because I see my friend Moussa Faki there, we are not, we should be thinking also how to bring the conversation to the policymakers at the regional level. I think this is a very powerful instrument that Remy put in place. How can we take that instrument and have, for instance, a discussion with African Union or European Union, take this knowledge and bring it at the table as a collective contribution to the conversation. So those was a few ideas that I just wanted to put at the table.
Okay, then Ilan?
I think the issue of project preparation is very important. I think Maktar has a point that we should not be there offering the project, but actually creating the capacity for the countries to have the project. And this is very important because Laurie mentioned markets. You don't create markets without scale. And we won't create the scale without the projects. So we really need to get the scale of getting projects. And we don't have the capacity in a lot of our members to actually create these projects. So this is a real constraint that we need to work. So project preparation, we have, for example, project preparation facilities. And for example, with Daniel in the Caribbean, we are bringing them together because each one by itself may not have the scale to generate these projects. So I think the issues that are being raised here are very important. They look very technical, but at the end of the day, they really generate what we need, which is the scale to actually fill the gaps of development that we need.
Thank you. So I think there's been a lot of discussion, and I see a lot of questions still pending. But unfortunately, we already passed more than the time, so we have to close. One thing that is important is to see that we have the systems. We talk about system, talk about regulation, we talk about product, and based on the question, there is always an answer. So the tools are there. what it needs is the connective tissue, and I think that's what makes FiCS so great, is that FiCS can be and is the connective tissue that can help finally harmonize, simplifies, and allow system to grow at scale. So thank you for all the panelists and the participant discussion. Thank you. Basta.
Thank you very much. We are getting to the end of this morning. Many thanks to all our distinguished panelists and moderators. Just gonna let the housekeeping go. So we are reaching the end of our event. I really want to also take the opportunity from all of you just to thank everyone that has shared this view. Make sure that we have taken all the comments, and we will make sure that we circulate also your point of view. So those who had prepared a proposal or a speech or whatever, you can just send this to the Finance and Common team. We will make sure to relay that. So, so the next steps. I want to take the opportunity here to call Mr. Sung-Wook Kim, the Chief Partnership Officer from the Asian Development Bank, to also just give perspective on the next step of the Finance in Common Summit that comes. I also want to give the floor to Mr. Saji from NABARD, that is also conveying the next step with the perspective of India hosting the BRICS summit, and to end also with Mr. Bertrand Dumont, Director General of Treasury of France. Thank you very much for having us. Yeah, if you want to go there. So Mr. Sung-Wook Kim, please share us your final remarks. Next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Adama. And I'm speaking on behalf of ADB President Masato Kanda, who had very much hoped to join us today, but he couldn't. Let me begin by thanking the FiCS Secretariat and our French host for convening this timely event. Today's discussion has clearly shown both the need to rebuild a more effective multilateral system and how we can move in that direction through stronger coordination. Let me highlight a few points. First, on FiCS itself, ADB strongly welcomed the move to establish FiCS as an independent legal entity. This is an important step not only to strengthen its governance, but also to position FiCS as a strong system-wide vehicle for coordination and delivery across the global public development bank community. And going forward, FiCS can help build a more coherent system linking multilateral and national development banks, breaking silos, and supporting more integrated approaches to financing and delivery. We, ADB, look forward to engaging in the next step, and including through our upcoming Paris office. And second, all development banks must work more effectively as a system. This starts with strengthening coherence and reducing fragmentation. Fragmentation leads to higher transaction costs, slower project preparation, and ultimately weaker impact. To address this, we need to align our procedures, rely more on each other's systems, and scaling up joint financing. One good practical example, as just highlighted by Ilan from IDB, full mutual reliance, and which is already being implemented. ADB applied this approach with the World Bank to 2 operations last year and plans to expand it around 10 this year. This is critical not only for the efficiency, but also for restoring confidence that multilateral system can deliver at scale and at speed. Third, country ownership and country platforms are essential for effective delivery. They bring together national strategies, policy frameworks, and investment pipelines. They help translate global commitment into country-level action and align different sources of finance around a common plan. To make this work, we need stronger project pipelines, clearer investment framework, and closer collaboration with national and local institutions. Going forward, multilateral and national development banks, together with vertical funds and other partners, should continue working together to turn this into practical solutions. Fourth, we must address the cost of capital more fundamentally. Today's discussion have highlighted the importance of financial innovation and regulatory reform in moving this agenda forward. With their dual mandate, public development banks are uniquely positioned to help mobilize private capital while addressing market gaps. And we expect this role to continue to grow and deepen. At the MDB level, we are advancing practical tools to mobilize more private capital through the MDB's head group this year, including originate to distribute approaches, better risk data, and expand local currency financing. Finally, let me close one forward-looking point. As you know, the FiCS Summit will be held in Asia for the first time in 2027 next year, and it will be co-hosted by ADB. This will be an important opportunity to connect global reform efforts with a region where strong economic dynamism coexists with diverse development needs. Building on today's discussion, ADB stands ready to work with all partners to turn these ideas into action and bring concrete progress to the next FiCS Summit. Thank you so much.
So thank you. You have all heard the invitation to the next Finance in Common Summit in Asia, co-hosted by ADB, following the former MDBs also that have supported this process. Just housekeeping information, we have the cocktail this afternoon. You're invited. It's at the French Foreign Ministry. We will have a shuttle going from here at 4 p.m. for those who are still here. Otherwise, you can just get there to your own process. So I'm going to just call to our chairman from NABARD, Shaji KG, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have endured almost 5 hours of long, content-rich deliberations, so I'll not take much time. I'll just comment on whatever the fixed document I could lay hands on. I understand that international financial architecture is getting renewed. A lot of challenges are there of late, and the challenges are already been flagged in the document. Now, PDBs are getting positioned as system-level enablers, rightly so, and it is well articulated in that document. And I treat this as a PDB myself, as a very important one, and we welcome that. Now, the important thing is that we need to sharpen our implementality, especially for large federal economies like India. We are a federal economy. We are not a national economy in the sense that there are subnational events, also, subnational entities also. We need to factor in that. So in that case, the credibility will rest on how quickly global intent translates to delivery on the ground. So that's very important. And regarding country platforms, we need to make the execution of this platform very explicit. And NABARD supports this, and as a nationally led anchor, we are aligning our policy, finance, pipelines, and the impact, all these things together at the national level. Now, to implement that, we need a multi-tier system. For that, a national strategy, which has to be clearly linked with the state-level planning and local execution. And at the national level, NABARD is expert in that. So we need to get that experience. And I see that capital availability is not the important thing. the bankable pipelines, and institutional readiness. These two are very important. So this document explicitly has to position national development banks as aggregators of subnational demand and execution capacity, which has to convert national priority to investable pipelines. And regarding interoperability, I strongly endorse better interoperability among MDBs, NDBs, and vertical funds. But I suggest a phased approach. We have to have a common climate definition, particularly tagging, safeguards, and risk tools. These need to be documented properly. And then we can have a medium-term goal for procedural harmonization. So we need to recognize domestic realities, the national realities like audit and legal realities of national institutions we need to understand. And regarding cost of capital, we have to elevate the local currency solutions for scaling development finance. Lowering cost of capital of PDBs is very important. For emerging economies, local currency and foreign exchange risk mitigation are foundational. We can't treat it as an ancillary activity. So we need to be protective of the domestic balance sheets of PDBs, and especially when the long-term climate and infrastructure investments are needed. Regarding adaptation, agriculture, and resilience, NABARD welcomes the emphasis on climate finance, but then we need to further elevate adaptation, particularly in agriculture, water, and rural livelihoods. For many countries, including India, adaptation is an economic stability issue, not an environmental issue. So there should be a clear shift from project-based approaches to institutional and ecosystem-based approaches, and that shift will strengthen the paper. Regarding instruments and guarantees, we see merit in PDB Guarantee Hub, which is articulated there as a catalytic instrument. For relevance in emerging and developed economies, the access to these instruments should be simple, with additionality clarified, and mechanisms need to be paired with dedicated technical assistance. So anchoring such instruments within country platforms would realign forces with aligning with national priorities. We also support evidence-based refinement of prudential and rating frameworks, and the document could further emphasize the counter-cyclical role of PDBs during climate shocks, and we have seen in COVID period also PDBs have taken a larger role. So here the FiCS can serve as a useful platform for structured dialogue between regulators and rating agencies. So we feel, to conclude, strongly supporting the direction of the document. Minor refinements, as I said earlier, on sequencing, federal execution, institutional capacity, etc., will significantly enhance this visibility. And we stand ready through its national development institutions, because India is a large country and it has got a lot of development institutions at the national level and also public-owned institutions. So we can also pilot and operationalize these approaches within the FiCS framework. And I would love to see FiCS moving to Asia next year. So we'll be, by that time, I hope that a lot of implementation efforts would have been there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sajji. We have met with the International Affairs chair within the Ministry of Finance of India, inviting this coalition also to follow up with the BRICS presidency. And we rely also on your presence and your relations to make sure that you convene the follow-up of this paper to the Indian government for the BRICS, as we do here with the G7 presidency. So before we get to our final photo, which is a group photo just downstairs by going out, I'm just going to call for the final remarks of Monsieur Bertrand Dumont, Director General of Treasury of France.
Thank you. I mean, I'm giving the final conclusion of the conclusion session, so I'm trying to be relatively brief. I'd like to focus on one comment and a set of, let's say, concrete deliverables that we can extract from this meeting. The first comment, and it is very much to concur with what has just been said by Seung-wook and Saji regarding the relevance of your gathering today and the role Finance in Common has been playing recently as a platform for cooperation and dialogue. What has been built is really truly remarkable, and I also say this from a Treasury point of view. I think your capacity to coordinate, to agree on key messages, to bring a strong and relevant voice in the global conversation on international financial architecture is really very valuable. And I think we are grateful to the work that has been done in this regard. And I'd just like, of course, to extend a special thanks to Remy, which has played a significant role in this. Second, what do we draw from today's discussion? Here, let's say what I like to say is directly linked to the role of France as chairing the G7 this year. I'm not saying that the G7 will decide on everything, but I think that in development matters, the G7 had traditionally a steering role, and it's definitely something that we want to continue, and that our President Macron, is absolutely determined to put forward. The idea of this presidency is to reframe international development cooperation around mutual beneficial partnership, moving beyond a traditional aid model towards one that mobilizes all sources of finance, strengthen partners' country sovereignty, encourage self-reliance, align investment with national priorities and regional and global challenges. At the same time, we also want to promote effectiveness, coherence in the development system by reducing fragmentation, enhancing coordination. You've went already in quite a number of concrete proposals, I think, in this morning and in the last intervention. So I'd like to mention 5 priorities in this area. The first one is the imperative of country ownership in development strategies. In this regard, very clearly, national public development banks have a critical and instrumental role to play, as they are uniquely positioned to leverage the local financial ecosystem. They are obviously relevant actor when it comes to implement, to deliver national development plans. And in this context, what we want to try to do within our G7 presidency is to acknowledge this role, in particular in the context of country platform. And we call on all multilateral development banks to empower national public banks even more. And so this will be one of the key messages. The second one is the urgency of addressing the systemic fragmentation within the development finance landscape. Pretty obvious to all of you. I think it's your key challenge. An architecture that is overly complex, fragmented, insufficiently coordinating, nothing new. It creates, obviously, inefficiencies. It undermines access to partner countries. The challenge is clearly not the lack of instrument, the lack of institution, but the lack of effective articulation. So what we want to do in the G7 is to work on a call on all development actors to enhance significantly interoperability, and this has also been mentioned by the 2 previous speakers. So I hope we can here again create a bridge between these two on this key message. Third point, the need to strengthen impact and effectiveness. We have to use our scarcer resources more strategically. This means focusing on concessional finance where it is the most needed. And this means that everywhere else, scaling up private capital mobilization and domestic resource mobilization is of the essence. That's another message on which the G7 will be working on and try to crystallize a consensus. Fourth point, concentrate on private capital mobilization that may be stemming from regulatory and prudential rules. I would like to elaborate a bit more on this issue, as it is, of course, one of the responsibility, or at least an area where the Treasury has a more active role. Clearly, we all benefit from a robust and credible international prudential framework. It is essential to financial stability, and as such, it must be preserved. At the same time, the existence of a robust set of rules with a global footprint does not mean that we should not look whether some particular provision, some interpretation, being them global or local, does not lead to unwarranted, non-risk-based results, to put it politely. This is typically something that needs to be looked at in a G20 context, and we very much hope that the next G20 presidency will be able to discuss this important topic with a view to mandate the FSB to further analyze this question. Does this mean that we should wait for the next G20 presidency? I think there is scope today to work on this, to go further in terms of strengthening transparency, information sharing with market participants, so as to enable a sound assessment of risk-return profiles, while also encouraging greater standardization of PDB financial instruments, so as to support the development of a more consistent and a more liquid asset class. Final message, innovative instruments. The proposed PDB Guarantee Hub stands out as a very interesting mechanism put forward by the FiCS. By allowing for twice as many national public development banks to access capital markets, this could significantly enhance private capital mobilization and investment capacity in emerging markets and developing countries. We have started working on this concept in the context of the G7, and it's certainly something we are determined to continue to promote throughout our presidency. Ladies and gentlemen, I think beyond the substantive value of FiCS initiative, what matters most is somehow the momentum that we are creating and that is being created. Today's discussion is another milestone in this long-standing priority. We have a couple of them ahead. I'm sure Minister Karoua referred to the morning to the upcoming G7 Development Ministers meeting that takes place today and tomorrow. We will have the Africa Forward Summit in a couple of days, and clearly the G7 Ministers meeting in May, and ultimately the G7 Leaders Summit. All the messages, all the comments that you've made today, we'll try to take them on board, and more importantly, try to move from principles to concrete delivery. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attending this event, and have a very nice day in Paris.
It's over. Thank you very much. You can have a... No, la photo? Yeah, j'ai reparlé. Okay, Remy is reminding me to remind you again there is the cocktail. So it means that you are invited. And of course, we'll take a photo downstairs. All right. Thank you. Please join the photo downstairs.